This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end, no safety or surprise. The end.
Damn, damn, damn!
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Well, all right. How y'all doing this evening? Hopefully everything's coming through loud and clear. If not, I don't know sign language. Turn the closed caption on. I don't know. Man, in case you didn't know, maybe you're new to this menagerie, but I am South Coast Kane Jordan Page, and this, wow, I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the series finale of the Rise of the Fall series. It's episode 20, 2023. The only thing I could come up with was wash, rinse, repeat. I talked about it this morning. Hello, Miss Katie. I see Cuban Damas got on early and said, I'm not crying, it's the onions. Yeah, okay. Sure. Nah. But nah, again, you know, the big thing about 2023, of course, was the Georgia Tech debacle. All right. I thought about doing something, but I'm like, nah, it's the same thing, you know. But anyway, and also with the intro, I used the Doors, the end. Again, there were plenty of choices I had, but I figured can't go wrong with the Doors. So, first and foremost, thank you for showing up this evening. Thank you for watching this on the rewatch. Be sure, don't forget, again, the check it out corner. The up there in the left, up in the right hand corner. I think it's the right hand corner of the screen. It's right there. Okay. Good folks. Y'all need to check them out. Give them some love and support. And like always, if you know of somebody, a small, I say smaller channel, but you know, just the small folks. I mean, because we all know about the Coach Hayes, the Coach Coops, the U Talk, baby, which they have a show tomorrow night, I believe. You know, we know all about the big boys. Okay. But there are a lot of good folks out there. In case you missed it this morning, I know Miss Katie was there. This morning I had a little patio perspective talking about tonight's show. Of course, there was some, I don't know where some of these cats come from, but hey, everybody's welcome as long as you're not a knucklehead. And I don't know what I did, but that patio perspective, it had like 220 something views. I'm like, damn, people must be bored on a Thursday morning. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I talked about, and I'm going to say it again. Excuse me. You know, those of you folks that have been here for this series, those of you folks that have taken time out of your life to stop by and enjoy, excuse me, Coke went down the wrong way, that have stopped and joined us, whether it's live, rewatch, yeah, I know. But you know what, Katie? You got to take the good with the bad and the ugly. You know, it is what it is. anyway, you know, I really appreciate, I really do. And, you know, this channel is, I'm not doing this for the money. Y'all know that. And I'm not trying to say that as a narcissistic, you know, way. I mean, I really mean it, you know, because a lot of these cats on these shows, they tell you all this just because they want you to get their clicks up so they can make their money, which that's cool if that's what they do. But I do this because I enjoy it. And as equally as much as I enjoy the fellowship and all the acquaintances and fine folks that I have met doing this. Of course, yes, Katie, I know it's, I think I'm gonna just, you know, I'm just gonna have to, you know, kind of ignore it. But anyway. So yeah. And I know he's going to be here if he's not here already. But I'm really not much into singling people out. But I want to give Cuban a big thank you. Seriously. He's been here for every show. Except for that one that I recorded because the scheduling was bad for me. But, you know, Cuban's been on every show. He's brought good perspectives. Miss Katie, you've been here. Shad's been here. Studio One. QB's been here. Phil's been jumping on. You know, we also had, you know, some other cats kind of come and go. And I'm not trying to say that anybody's any more special than anybody else, and y'all know that. But I really appreciate Cuban taking time out of his busy schedule in life to take the time to, because I mean, these things go like, you know, 4 hours plus, you know. So, it's really cool. I'd have never. Honestly, when I started this Rise of the Fall series, when I was, hey man, you are more than welcome, Cuban. When I started this, and it was a brainchild, if you will. I was in the planning. It is. I figured that, you know, probably get about, you know, probably about 5-6 views. You know, the regular old good folks will show up. Nothing major. We'll just talk and, you know, whatever. But it's been doing really well. I'm proud of us, you know, especially with our anti-shoe shiner CCC mentality. And if you don't know, I talked about this also this morning, that the Shad has started this new term, shoe shiners, which is basically another word for, you know, the CCC, the check cashers, the propagandists, promotional people. You know who I talk about. The ones who are going to paint a pretty picture. The same folks that have been painting these pretty pictures of rainbows and unicorns for the last 20 years. You know, it's like last night, I was watching that Coach Hayes show. Cuban was there, I believe. And, you know, I'm just as excited. I'm just as giddy or whatever as Coach was. I really am. But again, I'm very cautiously optimistic because we've heard the same story. We've heard the same song for the last 20 years. You know, we hear the same thing. It's always about the recruits are so good. We talk about how easy the schedule is. You know, we talk about, you know, whatever, but it's always the same thing. And the outcome is basically the same thing. You know, the last 20 years, the average record's been like, 7-6. You know, it hasn't been, with that, except for that 2017, but still. I'm not, y'all know how it is. We hear the same thing, you get tired of hearing it. Prove it on the field. And speaking of the field, so the new promotional video about the uniforms. Honestly, I don't really see a difference. Okay. And truth be told, if I had to make a fashion statement about the uniforms, I don't like that green. I like kind of like on the white, all white uniform, the numbers, the green in the numbers is too light. You know, the pants are too light. Go back to the dark green, kind of like what we had back in the early 2000s. You know, yeah, Miss Katie, they've been saying this since you were in the papoose. You know, but again, I could care less about what they wear on the field. Let's get out there, let's get these young men, let's get them some success, some continued, consistent success on the field. Then worry about what the hell we wear. Now, me, I'm old school. I like the old 80s and 90s uniform. That's just me. But everybody's making a big fuss over these uniforms, but they look the same to me. Except for the green's too light. That's just me. But again, it is the middle of July. There's really not much else to talk about, everybody seems to be making a big fuss about these recruits that have committed. They have not signed anything, but they've committed. And I'm going to get this star chart up in just a second. It brings out some real good information. One last thing. It's probably not wise to wear anything dark, Miss Katie, in Florida in August and September and October. It's probably not very wise. That's why I rarely wear any black shirts. It's just I'm not a fan of heat exhaustion, But anyway, I digress. So once this show is done tonight, talking about the future of the channel, I touched on it this morning, but I might take a week or so off because I need to redo my intro. I need to make some additions and kind of spice it up a little bit. Not spice it up, but I need to, because all we've done is for the rise of the fall. But it'll be like it was before. Probably have a weekly show where we can discuss the previous game, kind of touch on the next coming game. Your basic in-season chit-chats, and get back. I hate to say get back to normal, but you know what I mean. Get back into the football season. So before I get to this star chart, let me do what y'all know I'm about to do. In the way. All right. So there's the StreamYard link. Like I said, I'd like to get that going before I open up this chart. So what I did, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up. All right. So what I did, if you can see, there he is. My man, what's up, dude?
Who's this? My name is Chef Cuban.
What you say, chef? Hey, look, you working on that recipe for the
Yeah, I'm
kitchen?
working on the recipe to cook, cook cotes. There's no need for me to cook them right now. It's too early,
Yeah.
This time will come, so there's nothing. Not gonna waste time when it's not needed. So he'll get his proper meal when it's time. But
Yes, indeed. Yes,
thank
indeed.
you for the kind words, man. Those that was real nice.
Well, I
This
mean, you
show,
deserve it. You deserve it. I mean, I
yeah, no,
give thanks and
this show was needed to carry us through the off. Well, I needed to carry us through the off season and take me away from everyday life bullshit. So
right.
come here and kind of express your feelings without getting called a clown, a manny lover, so on and so forth. So I
Right.
appreciate you for
Right.
even having this show because it takes a lot of courage to even have a YouTube channel, show your face and things of that nature. So the fellowship. So from the
Yeah.
bottom of my heart, I appreciate it.
Hey, man, thank you. But, I do this for us because, people like us, okay, we need something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You can only listen to corporate radio for so long before you have to venture out,
Yeah, it's unfortunate
And
because I can't listen to. I can't listen to the preseason talk like I used to. It's like I can't, guys.
it,
like it's rinse and repeat, same thing every year. Best
yep,
recruits ever.
yep, yep,
We're gonna finish top five in the polls. We're gonna be the best team in the ACC. We have an easy schedule. It's
yeah,
same thing every year, right? So it's yeah. I was
exactly.
listening to Coach Hay. So you said you had the same feelings. I'm sorry, I can't get excited because of just the history. It's like I can't do it. I can't. I wish I was happy go lucky like everybody else, but I'm like I just can't do it, fellas. It's just this
Well,
program has screwed me over way too much.
and what I mean when I say that is, I mean, every year I always, I expect things to happen, but as time goes by, you kind of just get like, okay, well, it's almost like being comfortably numb to the mediocrity.
Right.
And then if you say anything to these folks who are painting these pictures of rainbows and unicorns, then you're anti-Kate. It's like talking about Coach Hayes' show last night. When Shad came on there, I think it was his second call or third call. I don't know. And Shad was just saying things that we've all been saying.
Right.
And it's like, Coach come down off that. But, it is what it is because, again, for those of y'all out there, we want Miami to be successful.
We need Miami to be successful.
We want to say, hey, we were probably a little too hard, or we were wrong, or but we want Miami to be successful. But we've been fooled by these snake oil salesmen before,
Right.
and people like us, me, Cuban, Shad, so forth and so on. We know about Miami football prior to 2017.
Right.
You know, and I know they had that one dude was talking about, you know, getting over and just letting go of the, you know, the stuff 30 years ago. But how can you? You know, and that's the whole thing. They want to erase all this prior to 2017 because it completely disrupts and I guess disproves and destroys their narratives.
They say that on one side, but then on the other side is like Mario's the guy to bring it back because he's a true king. He's been so it's like pick a side, man, because you can't say both things in the same sentence.
Right.
You can, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, when you're worried about clicks and views and, you know, being a politician about it, that's what happens. So,
and it's like it's not fun. Like we don't like it's not fun being negative. I don't want to be negative. I want to talk shit to Florida State, Clemson, Florida fans, Bama.
Right. But how can we?
How could we? Yeah, it's like we just, you know, it's a shitty program, and I'm not going to sugarcoat anything.
Exactly.
And if you are, then, you know, proud for you, but I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff.
No.
But before you continue, your show is finishing right on time. You know why?
What's that?
Next week it's college football, the video game.
Oh yeah, that's right. I've been seeing some interesting stuff about it, but yeah, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah, my focus will be gone.
I just hope that the servers that EA and Microsoft and Sony, I hope they can handle the influx of traffic because it's going to be a lot of internet traffic that day.
Yeah, you know? It's not that day. It's going to be for a while. So I don't trust EA. Right, like
right.
I'm just going to enjoy this game for what it is, but I know that once it comes on the 16th or 19th, whenever you get it, it's going to have a lot of bugs.
Oh yeah. You know, it's kind of like, you know, don't want to show too much of our age, but you know how people would wait in line at the store for the new album or the new whatever. You know,
I remember. I used to stand outside trying to get this video game before it came out in college.
Yep, exactly.
And it's funny because there's like a lot of people that knew from college that are calling me. They're like, "Hey man, are you gonna get the game?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm getting the game." He's like, "You're lucky. You're not married." I'm like, "Yep." And you guys are. I'm like, I don't feel sorry for you guys.
Yeah. Now me personally, I'm gonna kind of see what happens. I wanna let I've never really been one to get the first edition of a game just because of, you know, bugs and this and that. But, you know, we're gonna see what happens. I am really shocked that they didn't come out with a PC version of it yet.
Man, I'm pissed that there's not, because I think I've showed you a picture of my PC, and it's like, I have a super duper PC, and and it's like, man, I can't play it on my PC, and it's like, it's disappointing. But what I don't understand, because it's like, you make these games on a PC, right?
I think honestly, I think Microsoft and Sony are in cahoots with EA because with it only being on the video game platform, the Xbox and PlayStation, then people have to go out and buy that if they don't have it.
Well, no, the reason it's not on PC is because FIFA and Madden are like big worldwide games, and in order to attract everybody, they need to put it on PC. Versus a college football game, it's only United States. So it doesn't, you know, the development efforts is not there for them to do that.
Right. But, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, so your show's just finishing right on time because I will be lost. next week.
I hear you. All right. So let me explain this star chart. Okay. So what I did is I went from 2004 all the way to today, or 2023. And I primarily concentrated on the coastal. All right. But of course, 2004, there were no divisions. 2020, there were no divisions. But I kind of took out the coastal people. And then, of course, in 2023 was the first year with no divisions since 04. So what I did is right here on these teams, it's actually the standings, the end of the year standings in the ACC. All right. And now, of course, I'm using rivals because that's all we've used during this series. So as a disclaimer, before anybody gets their feelings hurt, I know with other services, recruiting services might have somebody at a 5 or a 2. You know, I know everybody's different, but for the sake of the series and to keep it consistent, I went with the rivals. And you have your 5, 4, 3, 2. I did not do the 1 because I did not see any 1s. So, and this is their overall record of the teams. They finished overall, and this is their ACC, how they finished ACC record. Okay. This is the national class rank for the recruiting class right here. So, for instance, let's take Miami in 2004. According to rivals, they had 3 5-stars, 10 4-stars, 9 3s, 6 2s. That was number 4 in the country. All right. And this right here is what Miami did against the teams. Like they lost against Virginia Tech, beat FSU. Now, you probably ask, well, why are you doing this? Because it's funny. Because the other day, QB had reposted or retweeted or re-X'd or whatever you want to call it, somebody talking about 2016, and I saw people talking about, you know, how Kaya wasn't any good and all this. And I'm like, I started thinking, I'm like, you know, I've been sitting here saying it, Cuban, you've been saying it, a lot of us have been saying it, that Miami has had the talent, you know, and we never really proved it. And when I say prove it, I'm talking about putting numbers on the board, putting the stats up, because that's what we're all about on this show, putting up the stats. Okay. And I'm like, well, shoot, might as well go and let's go ahead and pull these numbers up. Let's do it. You know, hello, Miss Ellen. Always a pleasure to have you here, Miss Ellen MVP. So now, one thing about this, you know, like the 04 recruits, we're going to have to go a couple of years ahead to see how it pans out. But, you know, one thing that I noticed is, you know, when we get to the coastal, okay, 2005, Miami had the number 7 ranked class. All right. Virginia Tech was 14. Virginia was 19. They actually had a 5-star. But then, you know, the Georgia Techs, North Carolinas, and so forth. All right. Now, the Georgia Tech, because, you know, Georgia Tech has been a thorn in our side for a while. Okay. So in 2004, Georgia Tech had they had 1 4-star, 7 3-stars, and 1 4-star, 1 3-star, 3 3-stars, and 20 2-stars. Seriously. Which was the 56th ranked class in the country. Okay. Miami had number 4, number 7. And in 2006, Miami loses to Georgia Tech. See where I'm going with this? You know, and it's just fascinating how basically in the Coastal, now I didn't do the whole ACC because we primarily, this is the easy schedule that Miami has, you know? And it is just fascinating how Miami can be up there. You know, for instance, let's take 07. Okay, Miami had the number 19 class. I mean, you had the 5-star, you know, coming in. Previous years, you know, a lot of 4 stars, a couple of 5 stars in 05. Okay, so looking at 07, you know, Miami lost to Virginia Tech, Virginia, Georgia Tech, and North Carolina in 07. So if we go back to like, say, 05, you know, number 62 for Georgia Tech, number 44 for North Carolina, number 19 for Virginia. You know, I mean, look at Georgia. Like I said, Georgia Tech in 2005, 7 3-stars and 12 2-stars. Okay, Miami's pulling in 2 5-stars, 11 4-stars. You see where I'm getting at? And it's just fascinating. You know, even in 2008, you had the Young Bulls. Okay, they were number 5 class. And the reason why I have all this is just to show that Miami had the talent coming in. Okay, Miami had the talent coming in. I won't go in too much detail, but as you can see, number 16. Now the number in 2011 it was 36, but where is it at? I mean, y'all pay attention to Duke now. Duke is like, you know, they're not very high up. Okay. Okay. For instance, 2013 when they lost to Duke. Okay. If you go back in 2012, Duke had number 53 ranked recruiting class. They were all 3 stars. 2011, all 3 stars, number 76 ranked class. Even 2010, it was 3s and 2s. They were number 72 in the country. But Miami loses to them in 2013. Now, again, the point that I'm proving, that I'm trying to prove is, and we're going to get to it later. We'll talk about it when we get to the end of the season here. But to me, that proves that the rise of the fall lays on the shoulders of the coaching staffs. It falls on the shoulders of the development that didn't happen. You had talent coming in. Okay. What happened? They weren't developed. They weren't coached. The game day preparations just didn't happen. You know? And, you know, and when I was putting all this together, like with the Dukes, you know, you see where they were and what they had coming in. And give credit to those. Give credit to those teams. Exactly, Katie. Give credit to those coaches on those teams. They took what they had and they utilized that for their scheme, for what they were doing. You know? So with all this goo goo gaga over stars and this talent and that talent, it really hasn't helped Miami in 20 years. You know, we can go, you know, a further down the line here. Matter of fact, I tell you what, let's do this. Let's get into the Mario era, shall we? I know 2022 did not count for Mario, but he was still the coach. He's still responsible for the success of the team. All right, so let's see, 2022. So let's go to about, we'll look at 2019. So in 2022, Miami lost to UNC, Duke, and Pitt. All right. In 2021, Pitt had the 21 ranked class, all 3 stars. North Carolina had number 15. They had a little team building. All right. You know, Duke is sitting there at 58, Georgia Tech 48. You know? 2020. I know that was the COVID year. But Pittsburgh is at 44. I mean, look at Virginia. Virginia 59, Virginia Tech 85, Duke number 61. They got all 3 stars. Miami has the 4 stars, a 5-star. I mean, let's go look at number 19, year 2019. You know, yeah, Virginia Tech had a nice little class at 25, but it was kind of equal. Miami didn't have as many. But, I mean, look at this. Look at all the 3 stars for everybody else. And again, no disrespect to those young men who were ranked as 3 stars. This is not a knock on them. Okay? And, you know, I don't want to really go into this at length, but, you know, I sit here and look at 2023. All right? According to Rivals, Miami's 2023 class was ranked number 8. Look at the rest of the ACC. Clemson got 10. Okay? But everybody else, you know, is nowhere near. But yet, Miami can't seem to beat these teams. And history has proven it. All right. Oh. So, yeah. And again, we can go through this in depth at a later time. If anybody would like a copy of that PDF, I will be happy to share that with anybody. But it just, as I was going through it, and I kept putting in the star rankings for the player star rankings, and then putting the team rankings out, and then seeing where Miami lost to this team, lost to that team, and it's like, I don't get it. But then I got it, because it does prove that you can get all the 5 stars you want. But if you don't utilize them correctly, what's the use? So anybody that talks about how Miami didn't have talent coming in for the last 20 years, I'd have to say, I don't think you're right. You know, that's why I just hope. I think this year's kind of an anomaly because, you know, with the NIL, the transfer portal, you know, it makes for, you start diluting the formula a little bit. but just going through.
This is why I don't take, everybody's like, oh, we're recruiting better. It's like, there's only two teams that recruited better than us in the ACC the whole time, and that's Clemson and Florida State. And it's like,
Exactly.
it's not, to me, it's not about recruiting. It's about coaching. And
Yes.
we've had
Yes.
city coaches the past
Yeah.
20 years, whatever you want to say. So that's why, when people start, oh, Mario's bringing the recruits, I don't, it's sad because like I don't get us excited about the off season anymore. I'm like, I don't care about, we could have Joe Montana coming in as a recruit. I'm like, is he gonna get coached at Miami? That's what I care about, you know?
Right.
So
And again, it kind of all ties into, all you're hearing is all these recruits committing, not signing, committing, and how easy the schedule is. But yet history has dictated that you can have a team full of 3 stars and they still beat Miami.
well, this is my thing, right? Everybody is saying Mario is recruiting great, right? And I'm sorry, I didn't address the picture thing, right? The new uniforms. But if you notice, with the new uniform, there was only one Mario recruit in there because we're saying 2022 didn't count, right? Because
Yeah,
if you take out 2022, it's only it'll be 2 Mario recruits, but it's really one,
right,
right?
right,
So it's like even this great recruiting we're doing, we're not even playing the player. They're not even playing.
right,
So
right.
to me, Mario knows he messed up during recruiting, so he has to go get all these players because he's like, oh, I screwed up in recruiting. My opinion.
Yeah, and we touched on this. I think I touched on it, that you have these coaches at schools. They have a system. They have a scheme. They have an identity that they want their team to have, offensively and defensively. And they go out and get the players that are going to match that identity. And they coach the kids up. You get those kids that want to be out there. They working their asses off.
There's a system.
But yes, like Katie says, Katie says, look how selective UGA is with Portal. Kirby won't screw up the team chemistry with a bunch of mercenaries. And unfortunately, since Larry Coker took over, it's like they go after the stars. They're stargazing. You don't really go after that diamond in the rough that could, help the team. It seems like, because if we don't get 5 stars, well, we just don't have a recruiting class. But yet other teams in the coastal, they can get the 3 stars, but yet they seem to get them get together and they win. They beat Miami anyway.
Name me a 5-star that did good at Miami. I have one.
You gonna put me on the spot.
Kenny Phillips.
I was gonna go around that time. Yeah. I thought he did real well. Yeah. I'll agree with you.
So, this whole, we're getting elite recruits. I'm like, I can't even remember, like, I don't even think Andre Johnson was a 5-star. I think Andre Johnson was like a 4-star.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and it's all about development. I don't care about these guys that are 10 stars. I don't give a damn. Who was it? Russell Maryland came from a JUCO, or was it Russell Maryland? Who was it? It was the other guy, Cortez Kennedy.
Cortez, yeah.
Yeah. Cortez Kennedy was a late ad.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Lewis was a late ad. It's like,
Ed
It's
Reed
not.
was late, you know? I
Ed Reed
mean,
was a 2-star, whatever, right? It's like
yes,
it's not
yes,
about, it's funny because it's like people's like, oh, it's not about stars, but it's only stars matter with Mario only, right? And I'm like, man, you guys are annoying. one
exactly.
one day you say is this, the other day you say this. It's like, oh, we want to tout Ed Reed and Ray Lewis when when the argument is there for them, but it's like when it
Yeah,
really applies, it's like we've never had a quote unquote 5-star to be a Hall of Fame or whatever. That's not this program. This program gets the 3 to 4 stars and turns them around, and and they're amazing. Sorry,
exactly.
DJ Williams was a 5-star.
Okay.
But
But
let's think about the
yeah.
other 5 stars. Carl Wright,
Oh,
um,
yeah. Uh,
Reggie Youngblood, Central Henderson,
yes.
Marcus Fortson,
Yep.
James Williams, Leonard Taylor. I'm not a Hurricanes fan. I just play one on TV. But these guys didn't turn out to be what the ratings were. So
And a lot of it too, again, the coaches, they bring those 5 stars in hoping that they just come in and just, you don't have to really do anything with it.
was
You
Duke
know,
Johnson a 5-star or was he like a 4-star?
I think he was a 5-star. I think Cooper was a 5-star also.
No, Cooper wasn't a 5-star. He was one of those fake 5 stars, not a.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, different different recruiting services have different whatevers. Again, I
Right.
was just
Yeah.
going on the rivals, but yeah, it's me personally, I'd rather see a class of 2 stars that want to be at Miami, that get out there and work their asses off. They play as a team, as a unit, and strive to be successful instead of being, well, I just got this NIL deal. I really don't want to ruin my money. And, I'm just trying to get to the NFL. I really don't want to get hurt. I don't really want to play in the bowl game because I may, I can make my draft stock go down. I'd rather have a group of guys that, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. We're going to win. The team is going to win. You know what I mean? That's just me.
I'm
But
with you. It's
it,
I'm just tired of the 5-star. Oh, we're getting this 5-star, man. It's like, man, I care about development, right? Like
right.
the way that Alabama was
Yeah.
with Saban is how we used to be, right? Is you
Right.
come to this program, you sit down for a year or two, get your man bones, and then you play
Mm-hmm.
year
Yeah.
3 and 4, then you go to the
Yeah.
NFL, right? But
Exactly.
now it's like,
Exactly.
hey, let's get these freshmen in and play them right away. It's like, no, man,
Right.
there's a
Yeah.
protocol, there's a
Exactly.
system.
And again, no, this is no disrespect to the fine folks out there doing the recruiting stuff and playing, showing the recruiting news and stuff. It's nothing against them, but let's take it with a grain of salt. Okay. Take it with a grain of salt. Cause like you said, Cuban, you take last year's recruiting class, or the 2022 recruiting class. I know it didn't count. You take the 2023 recruiting class. First off, everybody left for some reason. I don't know why the recruits left, but they left.
Well, it's easy because they replaced them with portal players. So
yeah, I know. I was being sarcastic. But yeah, exactly. Case in point, Trevante. When Parrish left, they said, "Oh, we got to have a portal. We got to get somebody in the portal." And I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. I didn't think I even to this day, Miami did not need Cam Ward and they did not need Martinez. And they didn't need that dude from Houston. I'm just saying that's my opinion. You have the talent. I know they're young, but you got to get them on the field sometime, and it is what it is. That's just my opinion. Because I'm telling you, Cam Ward's only worried about Cam Ward in the NFL. I'm just saying, they no disrespect to Cam as a person, but remember, he came back to up his draft stock. So just throwing that out there. Oh, what we got here? Katie says, great Miami teams have player out of Overton, Liberty City that were hungry. These high stars today come in with a sense of entitlement and have been coddled and treated. Yeah, exactly. 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 But anyway, yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting information. And again, we can I'm gonna keep that slide around, especially when we get to early signing day, which is December, I believe. And also go back and see how this season goes. Now, of course, you have NIL, portal. It kind of dilutes things, but it is what it is. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's talk about 2023, shall we? So a quick recap, like we always do, of 2022. Of course, Mario was his first year. He comes in 5-7, finishes the season 5-7, 3-5 in the ACC. I'm going to go on record because, as Cuban has said before, history is being recorded, so I'm going to say it. In my opinion, 2022 is the most embarrassing season, in my opinion, for Miami Hurricane football. That's including 97, 98,
the year we closed, the Orange Bowl was pretty bad.
Yes, but as a season,
Yeah, I take that back. Yeah, we didn't get blown out by Middle Tennessee State and Duke that had a first-year head coach in that nature. So yeah,
right. Now, if it wasn't the most embarrassing, it's in the top 2 or 3. But there were no obstacles, no excuses. There was nothing. And like I said earlier, it was the last year for the Atlantic and Coastal having divisions in the ACC. Now it's all together. Top 2 go to the championship. And basically, in my opinion, 2022 was just a train wreck. It was a complete dysfunctional dilemma. We had all these all-star coaches. You had all these chefs in the kitchen trying to make, a pot pie, but nobody would get out the way. A lot of egos on the sideline. And it was what it was. So 2023 comes along. One thing I do remember in the preseason was the deal where TVD Tyler had hurt his hand, his thumb, his finger, something. He hurt something in his hand, like in sometime in the August practices. But of course, it was never disclosed. Nobody said anything. That cloak and dagger Cristobal that we have at Miami. So, y'all know how we do this? Looking at the
coach when we started losing.
Yeah, exactly. You notice there's always an out. They always give themselves an out.
Yep.
Always an out. They never take responsibility or take ownership. I mean, dude, you're the head coach. You are the captain of the ship, man. You are the general of the army. All right, I digress. All right. I mean, I know we're not supposed to talk bad about Mario because he is the prodigal son come home, but sorry, dude. I've seen a lot better and a lot worse come through. All right. The coaching staff, as you can see, that killer instinct, head coach Mario Cristobal and his little buddy, it's kind of like the skipper in Gilligan, his little buddy Alex Mirabal, offensive line coach. Damn tie bigger than he is. All right, so we got Mr. Shannon Dawson comes in. He is the new offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. Mr. Lance Guidry, I'm hoping, so far, I think he's going to go down as a good one. He is the defensive coordinator. Mr. Jamil Aday is the secondary coach. Katie, 2 hands on the ball. Pause. No diddy. Whatever. And I'm going to stop right here. I'm just going to give you my opinion. The secondary stunk. You know, it was when I hate to keep using the term dysfunctional, but it was bad. And Mr. Adai might be a great secondary coach, but it just wasn't happening. Still seeing the same things happen. Mr. Beard, the wide receiver coach. Mr. Harris was the running backs coach. Mr. Nicholson was the linebackers coach. There's old Mr. Toad come to town. Salavea. He's the defense. He's the assistant head coach for defense, defensive line, defensive run game coordinator. I thought I was going to have to write a Shad book. By the way, y'all do know Shad has some books on the Amazon. I didn't realize Shad was an author. 3 books. I was kind of hoping, I didn't know if he was going to be here with his work schedule, but I didn't know how he felt. I don't know. Maybe he's embarrassed. I don't know. Anyway, Jason Taylor, defensive line coach. And then you got this Tim Tebow's cousin here, Cody Waddell, whatever. He's the tight ends coach. Katie says she hears Mario and she's triggered. And here we go. The mustache. Mr. Feld as strength and conditioning. The players selected, the 2022 players that were selected in the draft for 2023. The second round, Tyreek Stevenson went in the 56th pick to the Bears. In the 5th round, Will Mallory, 162nd pick, went to the Colts. And in the 7th round, at the 246th pick, DJ Ivy went to the Bengals. All right, what is this? This our transfer portal? Yes. And this time I made sure to let you know this is from 247. So if anybody's not on here, y'all let me know. All right, so Jake Garcia went to Missouri. A.J. Allen came in from Nebraska. Jalen Knighton went to SMU. Thad Franklin, he went to ULM or Louisiana Monroe. Tyler Harrell came in from Alabama. Cam McCormick come in from Oregon. Keyshawn Smith, he left for SMU. Brinson left for SMU. Mr. Brantley went to Florida Atlantic. Mammarelli, I don't know where he went to. It didn't say.
He retired.
He retired. Okay. JV, yeah, okay. Cohen from Alabama. All this hype coming around. Man, Mario's taking kids from Alabama and Oregon and they wanting to come to Miami, you know. Yeah. Matt Lee from Central Florida. He came in. Clark took off for SMU. Campbell comes in. Or no, Campbell takes off for Tennessee. There's our hero right there. Let's get a good pit. Let's look at that face. Look at that face. That's an offensive lineman there, buddy. He's got the hair, the smile. Oh, yeah. No, nephew in his skates. He comes in from Georgia Tech. And in case y'all didn't know, that is Mario's nephew.
Georgia State.
Georgia State, yes. Yeah, Georgia State.
You said Georgia Tech, that's why.
Oh, I said Georgia Tech. Oh, I'm sorry. I done went all fanboy over nephew. I couldn't think anymore. All right. Daryl Jackson. He left for Florida State. Branson Dean come in from Purdue. Thomas Gore comes in from Georgia State. Jordan Miller takes off to SMU. Campbell comes in from ULM. Elijah Roberts takes off to SMU. Jabari Ishmael, I don't have anything for him. Burrows, another Alabama guy coming to Miami. What's Mario building here? Thomas Davis goes to Appalachian State. This is a pretty long list. Y'all notice this, right? Hay takes off to Temple. Then we got Kiko Malagoa comes in from Washington State. Aubrey Huff takes off to FIU. Shelton comes in from Duke. Cloyd comes in from Louisville. Graves takes off to Ole Miss. Devontae Brown comes in from UCF. Avante Williams takes off to Maryland. He was one of those 5 stars, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a high 4-star, depending on your service.
5-star.
I was kind of hoping this young man would have been the next great safety. I kind of thought he would be, but I got suckered. He left. Now I know he got hurt, but like a lot of these cats, they left. Jaden Davis come in from Oklahoma. Kamari Rogers takes off to, I'm assuming that's Mississippi State. Terry Roberts comes in from Iowa. Jedi Richard comes in from Vanderbilt. Mr. Blades decides to go to Duke. Frierson takes off to Louisville. And Isaiah Dunston takes off to Baylor. That was a long list.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
These past 2 years, 2022 and 23.
Yeah.
How many of the Porter players made it to the NFL?
I'm going to say none that I know of.
2. 2 of 28.
2 of them. Okay.
So what does that tell you, Jordan?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Matt Lee. I know Matt Lee was one of them. And
the Davis kid.
Davis. Yes.
So what does that tell you, Jordan?
Well, that tells you that the return investment on this portal really isn't very good.
And the guy picking the players from the portal doesn't know what the hell he's looking at.
That too. Well, again, and I don't understand, because I thought Mario was a master recruiter. He's always,
recruiter. High school recruiter, not college recruiter.
No. I'm talking about Mario.
Yeah, he's a good high school recruiter.
Right. He's the master recruiter. And then he became the portal guru. Now he's back to the master recruiter. but yet you got all these new hires in the recruiting department at the athletic department. All the talent assessors and all this and that.
Oh, interesting. I did not know this. One of the guys from Kane Sport
Okay.
was kissing it, good ass, and he got hired by the Hurricanes. So if you kiss good ass,
What?
Kane's Insight, Kane's Sport, Kane's whatever, if you kiss good enough ass, Mario will hire you.
Well, hell, let's change our tune, man. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. Because, as soon as Mario's gone and somebody else comes in, they'll all be out of a job anyway.
Yep.
So, yeah, and that's probably why those cats do it. They do all that BS just to get in there, but who cares?
I think you're mad at them. That's just
no,
not
I'm
something
not.
I won't do. That's not. I will never respect you.
No, I'm just gonna tell you how the cow eats the corn. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just gonna say, bro, what the frack? But anyway. All right. Recruiting list. The incoming freshman. All right, so this is in 2023. Rivals had this as the number 8 class in the country. Number 8. Freeney, Kirk, Brown, Fletcher.
Before you keep going, could I get a prediction from you when you go through this list of starter, role player, transfer?
For 2024?
Yep, 2023. This class, the class you're about to talk about.
Oh, yeah, I was saying, talking about starting like.
No, what do you think they're going to do in their career at Miami? Are they going to ever be a starter? Are they going to be a role player, or are they going to transfer?
Well, based on previous situations, my first thought is my God, I hope they stay here for at least more than a year and a half. But I mean, honestly, I hope all of them stay.
Yeah.
Because for the simple fact, like Fletcher and Sampson, I still like to know where he's been.
Well, I think Sampson will transfer at the end of spring practice.
Yeah.
I don't think Fletcher will ever play again at Miami.
Has there been any updates on what happened to his foot?
No, but I know that of that foot injury, that is a very tricky injury.
Yeah.
And hard to come back from. So I hope the kid comes back, but that's a tough one.
It is.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. And if now barring that injury, I think he would be here. I think he would have been the next good one,
Yeah.
But yeah, I would agree, with that foot injury, because you haven't heard anything about that. Nobody's really talking about it.
That's a career-ending type of injury.
Yeah.
Let me take it back. Not career ender, but a career stopper.
Yeah. Ruben Bain. If he does stay, he'll only be here for 2 more years and he'll jet for the NFL. But I think this year for Ruben is going to be a pivotal one, because from what I saw in 2020 what I saw in the highlights in the game stuff I saw for 2023, yes, he was getting a lot of double teams. Okay.
At the end of the year.
Right. But if if Guidry can't get some kind of scheme to where, because you have all this other talent on the defensive line, get it to where, if they do decide to double team Bain, well, then you got 2 or 3 other guys that can get in there. And with that, they don't double team him. And Bain's able to disrupt and get the tackles and the sacks and all that stuff he wants. But I hope he sticks around. I really do. But if he doesn't really have the stats or doesn't really, I don't want to say get much done. I could see him leaving for a
Georgia.
Yeah. I was going to say Alabama or Georgia. Yeah.
We have to be very careful there.
Yes. Chris Johnson, a nice little speedster. I think he's going to transfer. Yes. I think, honestly, I'm surprised he's still here because, again, with, Chris Johnson, Trevante, and who was the other running back?
Chris Humphreys, Hellcat.
He just come in. But when again I go back, yes, when Parrish left, we still have Allen too. When Parrish left to go back to Ole Miss, everybody, like I said, all they talked about was we got to have a portal running back. We have to have a portal running back. Because now all of a sudden the running backs are too young. Where was all this? They're too young when, Miller, Cooper, James, Duke, Homer, Cameron Harris. You see where I'm getting at?
Yep.
It's amazing how the rules have changed all of a sudden. Yeah, I know, Katie. Citizen had that knee injury. I know, but I still would like to have seen what he could have done on the field, but it is what it is. But the point I'm really trying to make is before pre-Mario, the running back room we had would have been more than sufficient. But now we live in the day and age where for some reason, everybody wants the instant grits and not the regular grits because it takes too long to cook. They want it now. And like we said before, what happens next year? Okay, where are we at? Johnson. Okay, Horton.
He will never play in Miami.
I'm going to probably say no. Just because of the people that they have there already at defensive tackle.
Yep.
The portals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But of course, now another thing they say is, well, we're getting depth. We get to, we can keep putting in fresh bodies. Okay. Let's see. Pulliam
left. Transfer.
Yeah.
He left already.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Achimpong.
He left already.
Yeah. I appreciate you because I didn't even look to see,
No, I know something off my head.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, when we do the preseason for 2024, we'll cover all that too. Spencer.
He left.
Yeah. Kinsler.
He's going to leave. He's never going to play.
Yeah, because with him being 6'6", 320, he's up there at a 5-star, 4-star. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he will. Malik Bryant.
He's gonna leave.
And Aguirre.
He's gonna play. He's gonna be he's gonna play. He's gonna play.
Jaden Wayne.
He left already.
Yeah.
You catching my drift?
Now, yes. This is why we do this. That's why I'm glad you're here. And of course, Malagoa.
He's gonna start.
Oh yeah, and I will say this.
We have to be careful there. His brother leaves this year.
Mm-hmm.
Will he follow his brother to another? His brother's going to the NFL, but will he stay here?
I think he will. As of right now, I think he will. Again, it depends on, because in 2023, he's a true freshman. He made freshman mistakes. Okay. He did some good stuff, but he still made freshman mistakes. Right. And I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it because you know me, I really don't try to speak my mind around here. But I know this is going to upset Katie when I say this, but I think Malagoa's talent is going to be wasted with Mirabal. And what I mean by that is Mirabal is going to keep that young man out the NFL. I'm saying it. If things don't get better, I could see Malagoa leaving after this season with 2 years left. I could see him going to one of those Big 10 schools, Big 12, Iowa, it's one of those.
USC,
yeah, something like that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
I can see that.
The smart thing to do is move him to guard, but I don't think the coach is going to have the balls to do that.
Right. Because if he had, and I'm going to say it, if he was with Art Kehoe, I think him and Sampson, I think that we would have had 2 hellified tackles. But again, I really can't.
Guards. I don't think they're tackles, though. I think they're guards.
Or we could have 2 good guards. But what I'm saying is, of course, we haven't seen Sampson on the field yet. But yeah, tackle, guard, they could be one of the good ones. But I got a feeling their talents are going to be wasted, and I could see Malagoa and Sampson gone by next year, probably.
I think one of them stays, not both.
Now, Katie says Malagoa is slow AF off the ball and pass protection. He's a run blocker. That's it. And I'm not going to argue that, and I'm not making excuses for him, Katie. But again, he's a true freshman. Okay. We have this great almighty offensive line coach. Okay. What is he doing to help him get quicker off the ball and pass protection? What is he doing? Again, development. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But and Katie, to your point, maybe he's not very good at pass protection. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's more of a run blocker. Okay. But what is the coaching staff doing to help him be more successful in the parts of his game that he's not as strong in? That's what coaches do. Oh, yeah, I understand, Katie. But again, what have the coaches done to do their job and develop and coach these players? That's all I'm saying. Anyway. All right. Riley Williams.
He will never play here.
Nah. Robert Stafford, defensive back.
He will never play here.
And Lord knows we could use some good defensive backs.
Yep.
Nathaniel Joseph.
He's going to play.
And of course, we have the 8 for 23 South Beach Savior Emory.
I hope he starts next year.
Yeah, I give the young man a hard time, but he's just young. He just, he was freshman in 2023. He has to develop, and he can be really good.
I like Emery.
I do like him, but I just don't like all the other people's hype of him, making him out to be this greatest thing since sliced bread when he really hasn't done anything, but he can do it. See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I see. The thing I like about him is his leadership.
Yes.
And I think he has championship medal.
Yeah.
I think he has championship. I'm not saying he's a number one draft pick. I don't want nobody to ever confuse. I don't think he's a number one draft pick. Okay.
Right.
So for everybody to start, I don't think that. I just think he's like the quarterback from UGA, the Stetson kid, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna win you games. He's not gonna be flashy. He's not gonna do anything spectacular, but he's gonna lead your team to a championship.
He could probably be the next Steve Walsh, Craig Erickson type, maybe.
Right, and that's why I wanted him or Ja'Curry to start this year, because
exactly,
if those, just take this year as an L,
right,
and then next year you go for the championship.
That's how it used to work.
Yeah,
but again, what do we know? All right, Frankie Tanala.
He will never play here. Tinalau. He will never play here.
Yeah. Robbie Washington. Robbie and Bobby.
Role players.
Yeah. Again, these were two other highly recruited or highly touted recruits.
Right.
That, I hope they get on the field, because, once Kiko leaves, what do we have at linebacker?
I don't know, but there's a point that I have to this to prove to everybody. Or is the list done, or you still got more?
That's it. Trip was it. That was it.
Yeah. So what this tells you is all this Mario's an elite recruiter. Miss me with that bullshit. A lot of these players are gonna leave or never play here. So this is not. I know this is number 8 recruiting class, whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids are never gonna play. They're not.
I know.
They're not even Miami material, right? So it's like, again, I keep hearing he's an elite recruiter.
Right.
I don't even think 40% of this class is going to have any impact. No, I'll say about 60% of this class will never have an impact at this program.
I think that's a fair assessment. All right, so Katie chimes in about the Emory. She says Emory will be the greatest scout team QB in Miami history. Letting JB go was a huge mistake. Watch what Malzahn does with JB. And I can see what you're saying, Katie. Because if Ja'Curry could have played this year, that would have gave Emory more time to develop. But the way it seems now is, because Emory can still redshirt. He lost it lost it.
Paul as a backup, Jordan, you're gonna make me cuss you out in
No, hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying is, if Ja'Curry would have stayed, okay, you can allow Emory to develop even more. And we didn't really need Poffenbarger either.
I agree.
But, you know, you can let those two develop. You could let those two get better. Let them take their lumps. You know, even, you know, like Jakari Harris, as many mistakes as he made some good plays too. But I got a bad feeling, though, next year they'll be shopping for another portal quarterback. You
right.
know?
And this is go ahead.
Or they're just going to throw Emory to the fire. I'm just saying.
So this is what I was going to say. I know he's not here. You know, he was fired, so on and so forth. But like I keep telling everybody, Manning had the right script. His quarterback came in, and what did he do, Jordan? Redshirt.
Yeah.
Redshirt him, right?
Yeah. Right.
It's like he had the right mindset, just bad execution.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think this guy here is just doing whatever he's folding to the pressure of the fans and the
Yeah. Yeah.
boosters
Right.
versus
Right.
saying, "Hey, I have a 80-year contract. You guys cannot fire me. I'm going to take my time and do this slow."
Right. Well, I even go back to like Golden. You know, I think if Golden didn't have D'Onofrio, Golden would have been a lot more successful than he was. I just say that, you know, because, you know, he had pretty good recruiting classes. He had some talent coming in, you know, considering all the crap that was going on at the time. But yeah, when I look at this 2023 class, I just see a bunch of 5 and 4 and 5 stars from all over the field, when in fact Miami's need was offensive line and defensive backs.
Well, what I see is a class full of, let me get, you know, these named recruits
Right.
to make it seem nice, but they're never, you know, but these guys will never
Right.
have an impact in our
Right.
program. Because what you just said, this class should have been filled with offensive line, defensive line, and DBs. We
Yeah,
got
exactly.
one DB in this class, I think, right? One or two,
I think it was 2. You had, yeah. But
right?
yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. I hope so.
Don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I hope so. I mean, look what he did at Oregon. He brought Oregon.
Luck. That was lucky.
I know.
Because USC was down.
Yeah, I know. Plus, it was the Pac-12. They play a whole different style of ball over there. All you got to do is have offense.
Well, name me another good team in the Pac-12.
You really, you know, you didn't. And if you remember, the Utah was a thorn in Oregon's side, right?
But Utah had a whole bunch of 3 and 2 stars.
Exactly. Little gritty team full of those 2 and 3 stars, i.e. Georgia Techs, the Dukes, Virginias. Do you see a trend forming, people? Do you see a trend? I'm just saying. All right. So let's take a look at the offensive depth chart. Now, when I was again cloak and dagger Cristobal, you know, I had to kind of go to the game cards for each week and then kind of find a depth chart because they didn't have an official one out. Bastard. So you got TVD, Brown, and Williams, and then running back, Parrish, Fletcher, Allen, Chaney. And then wide receiver, you know, Colby, Latson, Horton, Kirk, Restrepo, Joseph, Burchard, Jacoby, Tyler, Redding, Robbie Washington. That, my friends, is a hellified receiving room right there. A lot of potential. A lot of good folks in there. But anyway, tight ends. Hopefully they're utilized more now, but it is what it is. Offensive line, it wasn't too bad. When we get to the end of the year stats, we'll go into that, but it still just wasn't. I mean, this is Miraball's second year. Crazy. All right, on defense, and I tell you what, this defensive line was pretty darn good. With Mesidor, Bain, Dean, Harrison, Hunt, Taylor, Moten, Lichtenstein, Williams, Nigel Leak, which he's gone now, by the way. And of course, my man Jafari Harvey, he's gone, by the way. And Jaden Wayne, to Corey, no disrespect to the young man, but kind of glad he left. And the linebackers, Malgoa, Flag, Keontra, Cloyd, Bassnectar. Not bad, but without Kiko, what you really got? Hopefully Bassnectar comes around this year. I don't know. And these poor cats in the secondary. Look, Cam Kinchins, no disrespect to this young man, no disrespect to any of these young men. He had those interceptions and stuff, but these guys needed more coaching, more development from the coaches. They looked confused. They were out of place, not disciplined, blown coverages, etc., etc. I'm just saying. Okay. Oh, man, that's an easy schedule. We ought to win at least 10, 11 games. That schedule easy. Y'all know that's what they were saying.
Rinse and repeat.
That's what they were saying. Again, based on our previous 19 episodes, it's basically same thing. Now, of course, some of the ACC opponents are different because 2023 we did not have divisions, so no North Carolina, or Virginia Tech. You see. But, we did pick up some other ones. Of course, you still got North Carolina. Of course, you got Clemson comes to play, NC State, Louisville, and Boston College. Yeah, Katie. It is what it is. And the sad thing is, if those defensive backs, Kitchens and Williams and et cetera, if they would have been developed, I think it would have been even better. But poor Williams just, he played with his emotions. But anyway, so yeah, looking at the schedule, this was going to be, Miami is going to come out and win at least 10 games, at least 9 games. That's an easy schedule. People were looking at the A&M game, Clemson and Florida State. They thought we were going to beat everybody else. People said we were going to go 9-3, 10-2. It's an easy schedule.
I have an admission to make. My prediction for this season was if we beat Texas A&M, we're going 11-1.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna fraud. I'm not gonna be a fraud. I wouldn't.
No.
I did say that.
No, I mean we all looked at that schedule in, July, August of 2023 last year. And we figured, A&M will be a first good test. All right. Oh. And then, of course, Clemson is Clemson. And, of course, Florida State. But everybody completely overlooked the Georgia Techs, the North Carolinas, the Virginias, NC States, Louisville's, Because if anybody's been paying attention for the last 20 years since Miami joined the ACC, Georgia Tech and Virginia were not locks. Those were not an easy win. Hell, Duke wasn't even an easy win, a guaranteed win, I should say. And then now, you throw in the NC State. Now you got the Louisville. You got Boston College on the Friday after Thanksgiving. So, yeah. And again, just like then, people are saying the same thing now. And yeah, Cuban, I agree with you. I thought at least 9-10 wins. It all depended on A&M, Clemson, and Florida State. All right. So that was the preseason. I really don't want to do this, but we got to. All right. First game of the season. First game of the season. Let's see if I can make this. Yes. Miami plays Miami of Ohio. Miami pulls it out 38-3. The team actually looked pretty good. It was never in doubt. I know there was a lot of talk from the I think that quarterback for the Red Hawks. I think he was talking some smack, as the cool kids say. But yeah, it was like, hey, this is looking pretty good. So as you can see with the stats, Miami.
Well, did it really look that good the first game?
It looked better than the first game previous seasons. I mean,
we just ran the ball.
Right.
So,
but I'm not saying we look national championship contenders, but it looked like we might be able to work with something.
One thing that I said about that game is the offense was unpredictable. Like, I couldn't tell what they were going to do next, which was a good thing. I don't know what the hell happened to that offense.
We're going to get there.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm going.
We're going to. No, it's okay. It's okay. Now, I mean, remember, we have to be in the mindset that this is the first game. We haven't played any other games yet. But I mean, you have to admit though, having the 250 yards rushing was like, damn. Again, it was Miami of Ohio. Okay, it was, it wasn't like we did this against, say, a Florida Gator team or anything. Of course, Miami was 20-25 with an interception for 243 passing. Let's see here. No fumbles, so he just had that one turnover. They had some penalties, but it wasn't really that big a deal. I get my notebook out. Let's see what the frack I'm doing here? All right, here we go. Third down conversions, 3 of 7. You know, I mean, it's under 50%, but it was only 7. But Miami of Ohio was only 2 of 12. So, you know, they scored every time in the red zone, 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. So, all right. So looking at the numbers here. So Parrish comes out in his first game, has 90 yards on 9 carries. Fletcher, 76 yards on 9 carries. Allen, 47. Cheney, 38. Of course, TVD was 17 of 22 and an interception. He threw for 200 yards and a touchdown. Emery come in, got a little 3-for-3 action, 42 yards, and he was sacked 1 time. Receiving group. George led everybody with 56. Restrepo had 68. Colby had 79. George he led in receptions with 7 is what I meant to say. Colby had a touchdown.
College football 25, you basically have to make a decision. What kind of player do you want to be? And I don't mean that just from a position. I mean, what kind of recruit from a star rating do you want to be?
What you watching, Cuban?
You're rating with 79.
Oh, sorry. I was watching something about college. I thought I had it on mute. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just like, I was sitting here trying to talk and also listen to hear what we were listening to. I thought maybe you were watching Murder, She Wrote.
No, it's about college football. It's
okay.
The video game.
Okay, all right. And for Miami of Ohio, their leading rusher was Amos with 30 yards. Their quarterback Gabbert, 12 of 21 for 127. He was sacked 2 times, and Avion Smith was sacked 1 time. Their leading receiver, Larvadane, he had 80 yards, and so forth and so on. Okay, defensively, right quick. Like I said, Miami, Ohio had that 1 sack and that 1 interception. For Miami, Kiko was the leading tackler with 5. They had 3 sacks, in which Harvey, the Saints, had a sack each, and Bobby Washington and Ragone, they shared in a sack. Miami had 6 tackles for loss, no fumble recoveries, and no INTs. All right, here is the game. Number 23, Texas A&M, comes to play your undefeated. Oh, Katie thought it was studio mumbling under hers. Oh my gosh, I love the relationships we have here with everybody. This is so funny. Oh, speaking of studio, I don't know if Heyru's going to watch this later, but I meant to tell you, Heyru, congratulations to those kids winning those medals on those races. Congratulations. Good job. I know them kids been working their ass off, and so have you, so good job.
That was a pretty cool race the little girl ran.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It was tough. She got in 3rd, but, you know. It was,
yeah.
I think the studio told me that was her first time, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, this was the measuring stick. This could be Mario's signature win. Remember all that signature win crap? And Miami pulls it out. They hang on and win 48-33. One thing I do remember about this game was the miscues at the beginning. I believe there was a block. Miami had a blocked punt. I want to say there was a mishandled punt, I believe.
Yep, that was Jacoby George lost the
Yes.
punt.
Yes. Oh,
I
you
think he
know,
missed a field goal or he got a field goal
something like,
block, something like
yes, it
that.
was like a punt, or it was, they got a short field is what I'm really trying to get at. Oh, and the one thing that really stuck out to me in this game was, with Miami being down, 17-7 with all that going on. At halftime, it's they come back and they're winning 21-17. I thought that was really cool because they had all that adversity. They had all those miscues. They were down by 10, but they come back. Of course, that 52-yard pass for Horton didn't hurt matters any, and that Bashard Smith had that, as you can see, 98-yard kickoff return. Now that refresh my memory, but that 52-yard touchdown pass that Horton caught, is that the one where he caught on the sideline?
Yeah,
He had time to adjust his helmet and then took off.
Yeah, he almost tripped on himself and he took
Yeah,
off and scored.
yeah. That's what I thought. That's the one thing I remember was him adjusting his helmet. So anyway, Miami pulls it out 48-33. Mario got his signature win. He beat a SEC school. We're going places, people.
Guess what? Cuban was a major groupie. I was excited. I'm like, we're going 11-1.
Hey, look, I was the same way, because at the time, that was a big game because A&M, they had these, that defensive end, they had that number one recruit that was
Horton, something like that.
Something like that. This big old kid from Miami.
Oh, Shamar
Stewart, yes.
I'm not a Hurricanes fan, by the way.
I know. I couldn't. I could see his face. I could see him, but I couldn't remember his name. But yeah, A&M had all those high priced players. You had all those high recruits. And basically, it really didn't faze Miami that much. Now, the Miami's defense did give up some stuff, but again, no would've, could've, should've. But if you take away those mishaps in the first part of the game, in that first quarter or whatever, I mean, this Walter Nolan. Oh yeah, okay. You take away those 17 points. I mean, you're looking at maybe a couple of touchdowns, if that. So I know would've, could've, should've, but at the time, folks like me and Cuban, we were becoming fanboys. We were all giddy. Now this is interesting. A&M had 10 more first downs than Miami did. A&M only had 97 yards rushing. Miami had only 77. But the Aggies were 31 of 53 passing. They did have the 2 interceptions for 336. Miami was 21 of 30 with no interceptions and 374 yards. A&M did fumble the ball and lost it. Miami fumbled it twice and lost one of them, and that would have been that punt. Third down conversion. A&M was 8 of 18 and Miami was 3 of 9. So, and of course, A&M did have 2 sacks on Miami. All right. So looking at the individual numbers here. There we go. Parrish had 50 yards rushing on 10 carries. Allen 22, Cheney 11, Fletcher 6. Tyler 21 of 30, 374, 5 touchdowns. He had his longest pass play of 64 yards, and he was sacked twice. And for all purposes, you know, it was a pretty good game by Tyler. Restrepo, he led all receivers with 9 receptions and 126 yards. Colby had 8 for 75 yards and a touchdown. Jacoby, 6 catches for 94 yards and 3 touchdowns. Isaiah, he had that 1 catch for 52 and he had a touchdown. So A&M, their leading rusher was Daniels with 62 on 18 carries. Wigman, he was 31 of 53, 2 interceptions, 2 touchdowns for 336. Evan Stewart was their leading receiver, 18 catches for 142. All right. Defensively, like I said, A&M had the 2 sacks. They had 6 tackles for loss. They did have a fumble recovery, which was the punt we said. For Miami, Williams was the leading tackler with 9. Davis had 8. Kinchin 7. We had no sacks. They had 5 tackles for loss. Kinchin's had a fumble recovery and an interception. Takori had an interception also. And that's a good point. That's a good point, Katie. Yeah, the A&M game. Katie says after the A&M game, let me try to put this up here. Katie says after the A&M game was when teams started playing that dropping 8 zone against TVD. Yeah. Now we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. All right. So after that signature win, your number 22 Miami Hurricanes, undefeated, take on the 1-1 Bethune-Cookman. So, again, no disrespect to Bethune, but, you know, it is what it is. Bethune got their money. I don't think anybody got hurt. I just thought it was a shame that, well, for Miami's defense, that Bethune got that touchdown just over a minute left to keep from being shut out. I mean, you had a lot of second stringers in there, but, you know, hats off to Bethune for staying with it. Excuse me. All right, looking at the stats, see if I make that a little bit bigger there. As expected, you know, Miami kind of dominated in all aspects. First downs, rushing yardage, passing. Now, Miami did have a fumble, and Bethune fumbled it twice, but only lost one of them. Third down
We
convert.
forgot one thing. At this time, TBD was a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. If I'm not mistaken, the whole 2023 campaign was his Heisman hype. But yeah, you're right. After the signature win against A&M, oh yeah, that's when it really started to ramp up. Yeah, you're right.
Tyler Van Dynes came back. Remember the third started to sell again, and he got the trademark approved.
Yes,
I'm not a Kings fan, by the way.
Yes. No, you're just reading. You must have Googled that or something.
Yeah, I'm an AI bot. I just have this on the AI.
AI. There you go. Miami was 7 of 9 on third down, but again, no disrespect to Bethune. It's just, it is what it is. Chaney had 73 yards rushing, Allen 68, Parrish 52. Chris Johnson got in the game with 40 yards rushing. I guess we can go ahead and call him Van Dimes now, huh? We'll call him. Oh, yeah, and Katie, yes, you're right. The first round draft pick. Oh, yes. Forgot about that, too. I think a lot of it I've blocked out. Oh. So Chaney had a touchdown. Allen had 2. Chris Johnson had 1. And Van Dimes, he had 1. Oh. Very efficient Van Dimes, 19 for 23, 247, 2 touchdowns. Emory got in the game, went 9 for 11, 102 yards, but he was sacked 1 time. Again, Restrepo had 120 yards receiving. Colby Young led receivers with 7 catches. He had 55, George 52, Smith 55. Both George and Smith had a touchdown reception each. Robbie Washington got in the game. He had 27 yards. Harrell, 14. And then the other guys kind of got a little bit here, a little bit there. The leading rusher for Bethune was Basil with 22, and Simmons had 21. Bethia was 5 of 9 for 47. He was sacked 3 times. Simmons 3 of 5, but their Sprague was 3 of 3. Receiving, basically Basil. I don't know why I said Brazil. I guess I was thinking of Brazil. I don't know. He leading receiver with 40 yards, and Boyd had 5 catches for 16. Defensively, they did, like I said, they did have 1 sack for Bethune. They had 4 tackles for losses, and they did have a fumble recovery for Miami. Malgoa, Richard, and Wayne were the leading tacklers, all with 4 apiece. Chase Smith, Reuben Bain, they along with Jared Harrison Hunt and Lichtenstein, they all had sacks. Lichtenstein had a fumble recovery. And Miami had 10 tackles for loss and, of course, the 4 sacks. All right. Next, Temple. Some people thought Temple was probably going to beat Miami in this game because they were having to go to Philadelphia, and Temple was 2-1. But your undefeated, number 20 ranked 3-0 Miami Hurricanes were coming to town. And Miami pulls it out 41-7. It was basically, kind of like back in the days of the Big East, back when Miami could beat teams like a Temple. Unlike, I digress. I'm not going to even say it. Not going to say it. All right. So, I went too big. There we go. So Miami
I have
had
a
about
question after this week.
Yes.
After this game, we have 2 bye weeks, like 3 bye weeks. So we're just gonna skip to North Carolina.
Hey, look, we have seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and the oh my God, what were you thinking moments. We're going through it. We are going to stay the course, see this through. But yeah, I thought we had like 5 bye weeks last year. I don't remember. I think it was the on the field bye weeks. But anyway, so Miami had about 11 more first downs than Temple. Miami come out 323 yards rushing. Temple had 11. But Miami was 17 of 25 for 220 passing. Temple 23 of 42 they had 2 interceptions thrown for 268. So Miami outgained them 543 to 279, but when Temple can put 268 yards passing on you, I don't know. Third down conversions, Miami was 5 of 11. Temple 5 of 13. All right, let's get into some stats here. So Parrish come out on 16 carries, 139 yards, 2 touchdowns. His longest run was only 17, so he was getting 8-9 yards a carry. Chaney had 9 carries for 61 yards. Fletcher 11 for 51. Even Van Dyne's got 39 yards rushing on 2 attempts. Man, this Van Dynes can do it all, people. This could be the next great thing. He was 17 of 24, no interceptions, 220 yards, 3 touchdowns. Restrepo led all receivers with 9 catches. He had 41 yards and 2 touchdown receptions. George had 90 yards. Young, 33. Joseph, 28. Smith, 28. Defensively, Jaden Davis was the leading tackler with 5, and then Flagg was second with 4. Leonard Taylor had a sack. Thomas Gore had 2 sacks. Miami had 6 tackles for loss. Jafari, my man Jafari, had a fumble recovery. Takori had 2 interceptions. And Temple, they basically had 3 tackles for loss, and Miami had no fumbles or interceptions. Boy, if I had the music, it'd be bum, bum, ba. Yeah, I'm going to have to refill my cup on this one.
Oh, boy.
So, Miami has taken a bye week. There is talk of, since Miami had that signature win, Mario's signature win against A&M. What's Georgia Tech, What's Georgia Tech? They're nothing.
Well, there's a couple of things about this game that is just horrible. So Georgia Tech, during the bye week, you know what they did during the bye week, Jordan?
What's up?
They fired their defensive coordinator.
That's right. And then they had like a brand new one.
A brand new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry to bring out all these negative things, man. I'm not a Hurricanes fan. I'm just a artificial bot here.
You're part of my Microsoft Copilot.
There you go.
You're not real.
Not real.
But yeah.
So
and again,
I don't want to hear about the excuses about the players and all this, because Georgia Tech, with a first-year head coach and a defensive coordinator, a brand new, the defense coordinator still hasn't come out. He just came out the womb yesterday, still hasn't opened his eyes. Held us to 24 points.
Yeah. And going back to our star chart, okay. So we'll go back to 2020, shall we? Georgia Tech had 4 4-stars, 18 3-stars. They were number 25 in 2020. In 21, they had 4 4-stars, 10 3-stars. They were number 48. Okay. In 2022, they got some 4-stars coming in. Okay. 10 3-stars. They were number 51. All right. I just wanted to bring that out there. Just put that out there. So they had a little bit, but, you know, it wasn't like we were facing, you know, top 10 recruiting classes. And I hate to be the one to say this, but, you know, since we're admitting our faults, I kind of overlooked this game myself. I thought Miami was going to cakewalk it. I really did.
I did not.
But in the back of my mind, I also knew, the record with Georgia Tech. You know.
Well, Georgia Tech played Louisville real tough game one. They lost that game. Again, this is me, AI Bob. They lost that game in Atlanta, right? It was a real close game, and I was like, Louisville and Georgia Tech are going to be problems this year. I saw it from game one. And that coach is a good-ass coach.
But Mario beat A&M. Mario beat the SEC. He has a signature win. We got Van Dimes.
Yeah, and I remember watching this game, God honest truth.
Oh, dude.
That last drive, I was like, Mario, kneel the ball. Kneel the ball. If you don't kneel the ball, we're going to lose this game. You know, I was like, I just had a funny feeling. I was watching it with my brother, and I told him, we're going to do a turnover here because the football guards, this is not a video game. In a video game, it's fine. You could do this, right? You're trying to run up a score.
Right.
In real life, you're playing with the football guards. And I was like,
yes,
this is not going to feel good. And I'm like, if if we try to do, you know, get this, whatever he's doing, try to give Taney 100 yards. Again, this is me being AI bot. I was like, we are going to lose this game. And I'm like, I don't know how we're going to, you know, my brother's like, even if there was a turnover, they got to drive all these. Man, I've seen this way too many times. I have a funny feeling that if something crazy is going to happen, and lo and behold, look what happened.
All right. So, as we all know, coming off the bye week, your number 17 undefeated Miami Hurricanes with Heisman hopeful first-round draft pick Van Dimes take on the lowly 2-3, 1-1 Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Not so lowly anymore. It was, you know, I'll tell you, talking about this game, you know, watching, you know, when you see the first few series, the first few drives, you kind of get that feeling this might not work out, you know?
Was it this game? Because, you know, there was a bye week, right? Wasn't there rumors that TVD, again, this is AI bot Cuban. Wasn't there rumors that TVD messed up? Didn't Susan Miller said that TVD had like a cast on the film or something like that?
Yes. I think this is when the preseason injury came to light.
But this was a different injury. The other injury, so he had two major injuries. The hand and the skin graft thing that they said he had in the Louisville game.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I do remember there was something about something on his hand or some crap like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And this is a game they should have let Emery play.
oh, yeah,
Emery or Ja'Cory. Ja'Cory.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and of course, to what Katie was saying, you know, basically Georgia Tech pulled the 86, 87 Penn State out their ass. You know,
Nah, this was different.
well, I'm
Nah.
talking about dropping the people back and all that. I'm just saying.
That's a little bit different. That game was thrown by Vinny Testaverde.
I know, but I'm just talking about as far as, you know, I'm not saying it was exactly, but it was close. But I did notice that they had, you know, people back. And one thing I did remember seeing watching the highlights, and I remember seeing it last year too, is TVD would just stare the receiver down. Oh, and that safety for Georgia Tech was just eating that up. Oh, and again, I didn't understand why TVD was trying to force the ball into triple coverage, double coverage. It wasn't like TVD was really being pressured that much. He had time to check down, and a lot of the other receivers were in a lot better position.
To be honest, we should have never been in this game.
No.
We should have lost this game by a lot.
Exactly.
TVD threw a lot of interceptions.
Yes.
He threw how many interceptions he threw this game?
3.
And it could have been like 5.
Yeah, he had 3 interceptions, and they had 2 fumbles, which technically the last one didn't count, but still, it doesn't matter.
When do you sit a quarterback? In your opinion, Jordan?
Well, I guess, you know, I would have hoped that Dawson, well, I mean, I know Dawson was first year, but I guess it depends on what the quarterback is doing. In other words, if you're throwing these interceptions, or if you're just not looking right, if your head looks like it's not in it, maybe you just need to sit him down for a series or 2. Let him clear his mechanism. But
what is a $10 million man doing on the sidelines?
Good question. But now again, if Tyler was physically hampered, okay, if he was physically hampered, because Katie says, since she has our inside information on campus, she said that I personally saw TVD gimping around campus with his leg wrapped almost the entire season. He played hurt all year. Okay. Now, if that's the case, all right, say like with this Georgia Tech game, if TVD was not 100%, and he wasn't, you've got to have a short leash, because you have capable quarterbacks sitting on the bench, on the sideline. And, if it, like, say the first quarter, if it's not looking like it's happening, but the team is still in it, go ahead and let them sit down the rest of the game. But the crazy thing is, Miami had 23 first down to Georgia Tech's 13. Miami had 165 yards rushing to Georgia Tech's 99. 24 of 36, 3 interceptions for 288. Georgia Tech was only 12 of 26 with 2 interceptions for 151. Miami had 450 yards total offense on 83 plays. Okay. Georgia Tech only had 250 yards on 53 plays. Third down conversion, Miami was 8 of 16. Georgia Tech was 5 of 13. You know, now Georgia Tech was 3 of 3 in the red zone. Miami was 3 of 4. But, you know, looking at those, just going by those numbers, you would have thought Miami would have won by at least 10 to 14 points. But 3 interceptions. You, like you said, you decide to run the ball. And of course, I kind of think I remember having that thought in the back of my mind when they lined up to run the ball that last time. I'm like, oh, I don't know about this. Now, we can sit here and we can argue and debate and discuss whether Chaney was down, whether it was a fumble. You know, we could talk about the officiating. Nothing against what Shad was talking about last night. But the fact of the matter is they should have never been in that situation to begin with. You know, good point, Katie. Good point. Good point. Katie's got a good point here. You know, she's not taking up for TVD, but you can't beat 7 and 8 defenders with 3 receivers. How hard is it to put 4 or 5? You know, exactly. And I was going to get to that. I didn't understand the pass routes. I didn't understand, you know, I know it was Dawson's first year, but he's been around the block. You know, this isn't his first gig as an OC. All right. But yeah, if you want to drop 7 or 8 in the zone, all right, cool. We'll just, you know, delay handoff. You know, we'll put 5 wide. You know, we'll do some underneath. We won't have to sit there and send receivers on 20, 30-yard routes right into the heart of the zones. You know, this was a very dysfunctional game. It was almost like the team that we saw in the first 4 games took a holiday. And I don't want to, you know, spoiler alert, but one thing I do remember is coming back from that bye week, that Miami team it was a whole different team. It was like, what happened to the team from the first 4 weeks? Now, granted, the first 4 weeks was, you know, the competition was not as fierce, but they looked like they were going to make it, you know? Because this Georgia Tech game was the epitome of dysfunction. That was crazy. So Chaney, according to this, he had 24 carries. He got his 106 yards. Parrish had 48. He had a touchdown. TVD, like we said, 24, 36, 3 interceptions, 288 yards. He had 1 touchdown. Longest pass play of 57 yards, but he was sacked 1 time. Restrepo had 13 receptions. And that didn't help matters any. Because apparently, I believe this is when he started, you know, keying in on Restrepo. Restrepo had 123 yards receiving. Young 56, George 45. Williams had 22. He had the receiving touchdown. Now, for Georgia Tech, their quarterback, Mr. King, he had 10 rushing attempts for 46 yards and a touchdown. Haynes, he had 33 and a touchdown. Mr. King was 12 of 25. He did have 2 interceptions. He only threw for 151, 1 touchdown, and he was sacked 1 time. Their leading receiver, Rutherford, on receptions with 5. He had 38 yards. Mr. Singleton had their, Leary. He had their lone touchdown reception, which was the dagger. But, you know, we can dissect this game to death, but, you know, between the interceptions, the offensive dysfunctionality, the defensive backs, you know, biting on that touchdown play, you know, it was bad. Really exposed a lot of issues. And now don't get me wrong, that Georgia Tech team was not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. It was it was Georgia Tech, you know. Their leading tacklers for Georgia Tech was King, Powell, Lee, and Sims, all with 8. And of course, they had their interceptions. For Miami, Kinchins was the leading tackler with 7. That's not good. Dean and Bain combined for the sack. We had 5 tackles for loss. Malagoa had an interception, and Williams had an interception. But yeah, that was a crazy game. You know, I don't know. But hey, that was an easy schedule we had. You know. All right. And it only gets better. Now, your number 25, 4-1. Miami Hurricanes, 0-1 in ACC play, take on the number 12, 5-0, 2-0 in ACC play, North Carolina Tar Heels. And after that Georgia Tech game, I really wasn't feeling good about this one. And North Carolina comes out and wins 41-31. Now, one thing I'll say, you know, at halftime, it was tied. Nope. Miami had the lead at halftime, 17-14. That's right. And honestly, the way the defense was all over, the way the defense was playing, I'm like, hey, this might work. We may finally beat North Carolina since 2018. First time. But it looked to me like North Carolina came out that second half and made adjustments.
Because we were up, 17-10 at halftime?
17-14.
14, yeah. We just scored at the end.
Right. He had that field goal.
Right.
But, I mean, you know, UNC, North Carolina, give them credit. They come out the second half. They made adjustments. You know, Lee had that bad snap. TVD threw that interception. Excuse me. You know, North Carolina comes out, you know, in the first part of the third quarter. They had that 56-yard pass. Get the ball back. Another touchdown. Get the ball back. Another touchdown. You know, then a field goal. Next thing you know, all of a sudden, Miami's down 38-17. I'm like, what in the world? You know? Oh. Now, with Restrepo's 13-yard reception, and then Brashard had his 50-yard touchdown pass. Of course, it was a little too little, too late. But, you know, they tried to get back, but again, oh, I agree, Katie. I'm sorry. I didn't see your comment from the Georgia Tech game. I'm sorry. I was sitting here reading my PDFs. But yeah, you're right. It you're right. But yeah, like I said, with North Carolina though, they made adjustments and Miami really didn't. And then of course, if I'm not mistaken, TVD threw an interception at the end of the game, I believe. I'm not sure. Anyway, regardless of the fact, North Carolina's win streak since 2018 is still alive. And it's going to stay. It's going to stay alive for another year because we don't play them this year.
Maybe forever because we don't know what the future of the ACC holds.
Wouldn't that be some shit?
Sorry to bring it down.
No, I'm just saying, wouldn't that be crazy though? If you know, what's that? 5-6 game losing streak to North Carolina. Come on, man. I mean, let's face it. That damn North Carolina, especially old Mackie Brown, they got our number. You know. But Mario's going to change all that. He's changing the culture. He's got them shoe shiners all over those loafers. And people wonder why we're so cynical of everything. Miami had 4 more first downs than North Carolina. North Carolina ran all over Miami with 235 yards to Miami's 91. They were 17 of 33 for 273 on passing. Miami, 31 of 49, 2 interceptions for 391. Miami fumbled the ball twice. Matter of fact, that's right. You had the Matt Lee snap and you had that touchdown that they said he fumbled the ball, which he did fumble the ball at the goal line. Was that Parrish or Allen? Fumbled the ball.
That was Parrish.
And it was a fumble. He was probably like a centimeter away from the goal line. And yeah, I mean, just came out. But I mean, total offensive yards, North Carolina had 508 to Miami's 482. It's just the 2 fumbles for Miami and the two interceptions, not counting the adjustments that North Carolina made at halftime. And these turnovers are they kill you. They kill you. Third down conversions. This is something since we started this, it's been the same thing. Wash, rinse, repeat. Hence the title. 3 of 11. North Carolina, 5 of 16. Des Walker lit us up. Yeah. Now, was that the guy who just come back from being
He was not suspended, but he was he was ineligible.
Yes.
He had a COVID transfer, blah blah blah.
Yeah, because I knew he wasn't injured. I knew he wasn't injured, but I thought there was some type of eligibility, suspension, something. I don't know. He was a fan favorite. Yeah, exactly. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's take a look at these numbers here. All right, Parrish was the leading rusher with 73 yards. Cheney 23, AJ 13. Van Dimes. I'm not going to call him that anymore. It's the last time I'm calling him that. Van Dyke. He was 31 of 48, but he had 2 interceptions. He did throw for 394 and 4 touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times. Now, you get rid of the 2 interceptions. You get rid of the fumbles and a bad snap is going to happen. Okay. I mean, it happens, but you take away those interceptions, you take away the fumble at the goal line, not saying they would have won, but it would have made a different game. It would have been a different, game. Excuse me. Restrepo, look at this. 17 catches. I notice a trend starting to form here. For 96 yards, he did have 2 touchdowns. Jacoby led all receivers with 125 yards and a touchdown. I see you, Katie. I saw you. Good point, Katie. But we go out and get us another turnover machine at QB and pay him $1 million. Exactly. But that statement's not really true. It was only like 974,000. Get your facts right. Don't come on here spreading lies.
Who's a turnover machine? What do you mean by that?
I don't want to speak for Miss Katie, but I think she's talking about Cam Ward and his fumbles and all that good stuff.
Interesting.
I know, right? But that's okay. Miami's got a better offensive line. He don't have those problems. That's what we like to tell ourselves. Horton, 52 yards receiving. Smith, 90 yards with a touchdown. Colby Young had 20 yards. All right. For North Carolina, Hampton. O'Marion Hampton. 27 carries for 197 yards and 1 touchdown. Why can Miami not play run defense against North Carolina?
And the counterplay.
Why does Miami continue to give up rushing yards to North Carolina? I go as far back as that debacle in 2018 when they had like 500-600 yards rushing on our ass.
I think it's a baby blue powder uniform that they wear.
It's something. Katie says Cam Ward has 45 Division I turnovers.
Oh, I did not know that.
Wow.
Wow.
I thought you knew he was up there. I didn't know it was 45, but I knew it was that
much.
I knew it was very high. But you don't hear that.
Wow, thank you, Katie.
Again, what happens when he throws, 2 or 3 interceptions, or what if he does like Tyler and throws 2 interceptions, has a couple of fumbles? I mean, just saying. Drake May. He come out 17 of 33, 273. He had 4 touchdowns and was sacked 5 times. Receiving. Dez Walker. 8 receptions, 132 yards, 3 touchdowns. J.J. Jones had 54. Mr. Hampton, he had a touchdown reception and 20 yards receiving. Defensively, Kitchens and Couch were the leading tacklers at 9, with Williams at 8. That's not good. Kitchens had a sack. Malgoa Kiko had a sack. Cloyd had a sack. Bain had a sack. Harrison Hunt had a sack. So the defense was kicking ass until the second half when they made adjustments. There was 11 tackles for losses for Miami. No interceptions, no fumble returns. Mr. Gray, he was their leading tackler with 10. Kamian Rucker, he was a terror. He had 2.5 sacks against Miami. And yeah, that was North Carolina. Hang on, let me let the puppy dogs out. Hang on. All right. Next, now that we had the debacle between Georgia Tech and North Carolina, now your 4-2, 0-2 in ACC play Miami Hurricanes take on the 4-2, 2-2 Clemson Tigers. And Clemson was kind of having a non-Clemson year this year, but they were still good. Oh. Of course, this is the game where Emory got the start. Everybody was kind of anxious, nervous, wondering what was going to happen. Honestly, I thought Miami was going to get demolished. I thought Clemson was going to beat Clemson and beat Miami by like 21, 24 points. Based on what we've seen the previous 2 weeks. But Miami pulls it out in overtime, 28-20. And I didn't look to see the last time Miami beat Clemson, but it'd been a while.
That was Ja'Cory? No, that was Leonard Hankerson.
Yes.
At Clemson.
Yes, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
A while ago. Oh. And honestly, it was a good game. I mean, I thought Emory came in and I thought he was a good game manager. He kept everything. He just wasn't trying to do anything fancy. He just got out there and, did his thing. I thought he looked really good. He's still a freshman, but he just kind of kept it together. Oh. And that play where Flag made that tackle.
Hurricane left.
Dude, when I saw that quarterback, Klubnik? Oh, when he took off for that, I'm like, oh crap, he's got it. He's got the corner, but that damn Flag, he come around, he stopped him. He was saying, and Flag was so close to getting a horse collar on that play too. So close.
You think so? I don't think it was that close.
Well, I mean, at the time, I thought I'm not saying he would have, but I'm like, ooh, no, he got it. Okay, good. Because I was thinking that would epitomize the season so far if he would have stopped him but got a horse collar, But he didn't. He didn't, And I'm like, cool. But again, this wasn't the Clemson that we've known for the last 7, 8, 9, 10 seasons, But some people consider this another signature win for Mario. And of course, those of us who question that victory just were anti-Kane, negative Nellies. You should be happy for the win. You know, don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. You just do what we say. But yeah, I mean, it was a good highlight for the season, you know? Oh, Miami and Clemson basically tit for tat on first downs, but Clemson only having 31 rushing yards to Miami's 211. Oh, they were 18 of 34 with the interception and 314 yards passing. Emory was a very good 24 of 33. He did have that one. Yeah, a good game management numbers. He did have that one interception, which I think he threw it deep at the end of the second half or first quarter or second. At the end of the second quarter at the first half. But he had 151 yards. You know, it's pretty good numbers. The total yards were basically together, about even. Third down conversion. Miami was 9 of 18, but Clemson was 4 of 14. So that's pretty good. No fumbles. So the turnovers weren't that bad. Whoops. All right. So Rashard Smith had 4 runs for 87 yards. Chaney, workhorse, 17 carries for 63. A.J. Allen, 16 for 54 and a touchdown. And, of course, Emory Williams, 24-33. He did have that one interception, 151 yards and 1 touchdown. Restrepo, 7 catches for 26 yards. Colby Young had 8 for 76 and a touchdown. Rashard, 36. So, yeah. Very, very, very good numbers. Nothing fancy, but got the job done. Shipley, he had 15 attempts, 44 yards rushing. Klubnik, he was 18 of 34 with the interception. He did throw for 314, 2 touchdowns, but he was sacked 5 times. Their leading receiver was Brennan Stool, Jake.
Brennan Stool, yeah.
Brennan Stool. He had 10 catches for 126. He had 2 touchdowns. And other Brown, 53, Williams, 47, etc. So, yeah, I mean, things were looking good. Maybe we should be playing Emory. Maybe we should have been playing Jakari. I don't know.
That makes too much sense.
I know. So Clemson had 9 tackles for loss. Jones had their lone interception at the end of the second quarter. Reuben Bain, leading tackler with 8. Williams had 7. Bain had two sacks. Kiko had a sack. Cloyd had a sack. Takori had a sack. Miami had 10 tackles for loss. Williams had a fumble recovery. Besaith had a fumble recovery. Cam Kitchens had an interception. So if y'all remember at the start of the season, I think Clemson came into the season ranked number 9, I believe. They were a top 10 team. But I will say this, as much grief and as much strife I give Emory with the 8 for 23 and all that, I thought, after watching this game, thought he did pretty good. I really did. If you point out Ward's, we're talking about Ward's. What she say here? If you point out Ward's 12 D1 wins, 45 turnovers, and ability to win on the road, shoe shine channels, you'll have 15 trolls attacking you. Oh, I know. And that's all part of that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I am Oz. Fear me. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Oh. But yeah, I thought the Clemson game was really good. But in all fairness, the Clemson team was not the Clemson of old, but didn't have that one turnover. Defense was looking great. Kind of wonder where the hell this has been for the last 2 weeks, but it is what it is. Oh. I remember I was talking about this last year, but I believe what they should have done was, TVD being hurt is let Jakari play. I mean, you can play up to 4 games before you lose your red shirt. Let him play the 4, get some experience, retain your red shirt for next year so he can start, and then go from there.
Should just let Emery in there, and that's it.
Or that, either way. Oh. But I was just, with Emery being a true freshman, kind of let him come in, kind of get his feet wet, like most freshman quarterback do. But let Jakari get out there, see what he could do. Because this
is when I started to question Mario. I'm like, I don't think he knows what he's doing. I was like, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially when you couple that with the 2022 season.
Yeah.
Okay. And then now you see some, after that Georgia Tech game, then that North Carolina game, and then the Clemson game where you start Emery over Jakari, even though I don't know what the, I don't want to say agreement, but I don't know what the deal was. I don't know. All right. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take 5 for just a second before we continue with the Virginia game. So let's take 5. I'll be right back. All right. We are up to damn headphones here, earbuds. All right, we're up to the Virginia game. Your 5-2, 1-2 in ACC play. Miami Hurricanes take on the 2-5, 1-2 Virginia Cavaliers. And we know how Virginia plays Miami. Miami pulls out an overtime victory, 29-26. Oh, excuse me. It was close the whole game. And then Fletcher had that run at the end of overtime, which was pretty cool run. Who was that? Was that Cohen that was down? I think Cohen was at the corner of the end zone there, helped him get in. So looking at the numbers here, the Virginia had 24 first downs to Miami 16. Virginia outrushed them 138-113. Passing, outpassed them 24-38. They did have one interception, but 239 yards passing. Miami was only 20 of 30, 2 interceptions, and 163 yards passing. Total offense, Virginia outgained them by 100 yards. Third down conversion, Miami was 5 of 13. Virginia was 8 of 19. Excuse me. A.J. Allen had 67 yards rushing, 1 touchdown on 11 carries. Fletcher had 11 carries for 47 yards and a touchdown. Parrish and Bouchard had a couple of yards. And Tyler Van Dyke came back 20 of 30. He did have his 2 interceptions. 163 yards. Jacoby George had 8 receptions, only 28 yards. Restrepo had 7 for 48. Colby 35, Smith 10, McCormick 15, Fletcher 9, Parrish 12, Allen 6. For Virginia, Jones was their leading rusher with 58 yards. Hollins had 13 carries for 49 yards and 2 touchdowns. Musket, he was 24 of 38 for 239. He was sacked 6 times. He did have 1 interception. Malik Washington was their leading receiver with 15 catches for 152 yards. Fields had 67. Looking at the defense, no sacks for Virginia. They had 3 tackles for loss. They did have the 2 interceptions for Miami. Williams was the leading tackler with 13. Flagg had 10. Again, defensive back having the most tackles is not good. Now, Bain, look at Bain coming out here. 2 sacks for Bain. 2 sacks for Dean. Looks like Kiko and Jaden Wayne combined on 1 sack, plus Kiko had a sack of his own. Miami had 10 tackles for loss, and Cam Kitchens had the 1 interception. So Miami escapes. They escape Virginia. Almost said Virginia Tech. Katie, I missed this. Mario had it for JB from, I don't know what the deal was, but then of course, Jakari went on that podcast, Momentum podcast, and that was basically it for him. All right. Now, this is where it gets good. Your 6-2, 2-2 Miami Hurricanes, which are bowl eligible, by the way, bowl eligible in Mario's second year, signature win and bowl eligibility in his second year. Take on the 5-3, 2-2 NC State Wolfpack. And unfortunately, Miami comes up short 20-6. It was close at the beginning of the second quarter. It was actually pretty close at halftime, 10-6, but then it just Miami just couldn't get the ball in the end zone. They just couldn't score, you know. Miami had 19 first downs to North Carolina, NC State's 12. Miami had 119 yards rushing. NC State had 108, but 21-38 with 3 interceptions for Miami, 173 yards. NC State 11 for 21. They had an interception for 123. There was a fumble, so that's 4 turnovers for Miami in this game. Again, you're not real successful if you turn the ball over. And NC State, they had a fumble also. Third down, 4-15 for Miami. Not good. 3 of 11 for NC State. Okay. Fletcher, 23 carries, 115 yards. Parrish had 15. Chaney had 4. Of course, Van Dyke trying to break Ja'Cory Harris's interception record. He was 21-38 with 3 interceptions. He did have 173 yards. He was sacked 3 times. Jacoby George, leading receiver with 8 catches and with 59 yards. Colby Young, 41 yards on 7 catches. Restrepo, 35. Fletcher, 17. McCormick, 8. Chaney, 5. For NC State, I almost said Virginia because I see Brennan Armstrong. He had transferred from Virginia, I believe. No, I'm thinking of something totally different. I'm sorry about that. Brennan Armstrong was their leading receiver, 8 rushes for 51 yards. Raphael had their rushing touchdown. He had 41 yards rushing. MJ Morris, he was 11 of 21, 1 interception, 123 yards, and a touchdown, and was sacked twice. Concepcion, that son of a gun, played a hell of a game. He had 9 catches for 61 yards. Jordan Poole had their receiving touchdown. All right. Defensively, Williams, Flagg, and Kiko were the leading tacklers with 5 each. Kiko and Davis had a sack. Both of them had a sack, 2 sacks altogether. They had 5 tackles for loss. Harrison Hunt had a fumble recovery, and Kinchins had another interception. For NC State, they had 3 sacks. Their leading tackler was Peyton Wilson. He had 16. He was definitely. They had 4 tackles for loss. They did have the 3 interceptions and the fumble recovery. What'd you say here, Katie? NC State was another Mario debacle when he didn't take the points when it was 10-6. He let State go. Yep. Again, after the bye week, it's like a whole different team. You know, I don't know what happened. All right, here we go. yours. 6-3, still bowl eligible. 2-3 in the ACC. Miami Hurricanes take on number 4, 9-0, 7-0 in ACC play, Florida State Seminoles. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, playing at Tallahassee, I'm like, oh no, we're just going to get demolished again, you know. Oh, Emory is starting this game. But let's see what happens. Florida State pulls it out 27-20. It was
referees fucking cheated. That's what happened.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say that. The officiating, and also in the Clemson game too, the non-called safety, the safety that wasn't called
2 times.
Yes. Now, I remember saying, you know, if it wasn't for the safety, if they had called the safety, and if where is it at? That punt return. Where the hell is it at? Well, he had that punt return that went down. He had that long ass punt return. It must have been that one in the fourth quarter. He had that punt return. And, you know, if you take those away, if you take the safety and you didn't give up that big punt return, you know, the defense, for all practical purposes, was doing pretty well, you know, considering. This was a really good Florida State team.
I don't think they were that good.
It was all transfers, but they were decent. They were decent.
They're only really 13-0. They struggled against BC, us, Clemson, Louisville. They were a fake 13-0.
Well, they were doing better than what Miami was.
That is true.
You know,
I cannot deny that.
You know, we were reeling. You know, you got the loss to Georgia Tech, the loss to North Carolina, beating Clemson, squeaking by Virginia, you know, and then taking on Florida State. And, you know, give credit to Guidry. He, you know, the defense was ready to play. But the offense could have been better. Now.
Yeah, because we were doing screen passes the whole game.
Yeah. Now, I said 8 for 23. They got Emory down for 10 of 30. But anyway, yeah, that was those. I think they threw like 20 wide receiver screens, you know. But I do remember seeing Chaney had some good runs, though. Chaney was getting some good runs.
Yeah, Chaney was playing good.
He was, yeah. Yeah.
We were just, you know, screen left, screen right.
Yep.
I'm like, come on, man. If you're going to play the kid. And when you threw it long, miraculously, there was a touchdown. Like, come on, guys.
Yep. And then you had that catch by
Jacoby George?
George? Yeah.
Yeah.
Between the two defenders. You know, that was pretty cool.
There's an interesting stat in this game. I don't think you'll figure out what the stat is.
Well, let's see if we can find it.
Yeah.
All right. So Florida State had 17 first downs to Miami's 13. Miami, I couldn't believe this. Miami had 131 yards rushing to Florida State's 57. That was crazy. Passing 10 of 30, 1 interception, 204 yards to 19 of 31, 265 for Florida State. Total yards were about the same, kind of low, but typical. Not bad. Third down, Miami was 4 of 16 to Florida State's 3 of 12. So pretty even. Wait a minute. Where's it at? Yeah, no fumbles. All right. So Chaney had 12 carries for 85 yards. Fletcher had 16 for 47. Now, when you got a running back getting 7 yards a carry, what the hell? Why is he only getting 12 carries? Okay, there it is. There's the 8 for 23. I forgot about TVD. TVD came in at the end. My bad. Forgot about that. Wasn't thinking. But yeah, this is where Emery messed his arm up.
Yep.
And then, of course, Tyler comes in. And one thing I do remember is like when Tyler came in, it was a whole different offense.
I knew right away when he came in, I was like, he's going to throw an interception.
Yeah. Sure enough, he did.
Again,
And
Mario, why didn't you play Jakuri?
exactly. I think Jakari would have been, with his mobility and his ability to run, I think it would have helped slow that. It would have been a lot better. Because if you'd have let's face it, Chaney was averaging, he had that one run for 29 yards, but he's averaging 7.1 yards a carry. And Chaney's a good sized back. He can handle it. But I know a lot of the questions were if Emery hadn't have messed his arm up, could it have changed the outcome of the game?
I don't know, because the play calling was
exactly. I would have. I think I would have gave Chaney the ball a few more times. But yeah, when Van Dyke got in there, the offense changed. He should have threw it to I want to say he was kind of late delivering the ball, but then he threw the interception, and that was like typical. And honestly though, when he came in and did that, that's when I'm like, nah, dude, he needs to call it a day. Get on out of here, go somewhere else, do something. Keep him on the bench. Let's see what Brown and Williams can do. George had 9 receptions for 153 yards. His longest was that 85-yard pass play. He had 2 touchdowns. Kobe Young, 29. Now, this is interesting. Restrepo had 6 targets, but didn't catch anything.
Yep, that was the interesting stat.
That's interesting. That's crazy. Now, of course, with George and Young and Bashard, a lot of that was those wide receiver screens, but that is crazy. Whoops. For Florida State, Benson was held to 80 yards rushing, which Benson was a pretty good little back, He did have 2 touchdowns, 16 carries. Jordan Travis only had he was minus 30 rushing with the sacks. He was 19 of 31, 265 and a touchdown, but he was sacked 3 times. He did have that one play for 62 yards. The defense frustrated Jordan. Their leading receiver was Wilson with 5 for 82 yards. Coleman, he had their receiving touchdown. Douglas had 69, Bell 41. But yeah, Coleman, he only had 24 yards. They kind of kept him in check, but he did have that 1 touchdown pass. touchdown reception. All right. So Williams and Kiko were the leading tacklers with 9 each. Kiko had 2 sacks. Bassnectar had a sack. Miami had 9 tackles for loss, no fumble recoveries or interceptions. Deloach was their leading tackler with 10, and he had 2 sacks. They had 7 tackles for loss, and Jones had the interception. And it doesn't get any better. Your 6-4 Miami Hurricanes, 2-4 in the ACC, are now taking on number 9 Louisville, 9-1, 6-1 in ACC. Now, the thing about the game was if Louisville wins, they go to the championship game against Florida State. And at this point, I didn't really foresee Miami beating this team anyway.
We still had a chance to get to the...
We had a chance. But, you know. Now, Miami does lose 38-31. It was... Miami did come back. They tied it up because, it was pretty nip and tuck the whole game. But then that 58-yard touchdown pass was all she wrote. Like I said, when I first saw, I'm like, man, we're going to get our asses kicked in this one. But, since the game is played on the field, it was back and forth. I'm like, cool. Miami took the lead early in the third quarter. I'm like, okay, this could work, but it didn't happen. Louisville had 26 first downs to Miami's 21. Louisville had 162 yards rushing to Miami's 159. So, getting the rushing yards. 24-37 with 1 interception and 308 yards for Louisville. Miami was 24-39, 327. So, total offense, it was pretty close. Even the penalty yards were the same. Third down conversion. Miami had 6 of 14. Louisville was 5 of 12. All right. So Fletcher had 126 yards rushing on 17 carries for 2 touchdowns. Smith had a touchdown with 34 yards. And then Chaney only had 4 carries for 3 yards. Tyler Van Dyke comes in. No interceptions, but he was 24-39, 327 and a touchdown, but he was sacked once. He did have the longest pass play of 48 yards. Which was to Restrepo. He had 8 receptions for 193. Also Restrepo had a receiving touchdown. Young 30, George 55, Smith 17, Fletcher had 25. So he found Restrepo again. For Louisville, Garendo had 93 yards rushing and a touchdown. Jack Plummer, that's Jake's son, correct?
No, he's related.
Related? Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember. I knew there was a family tree there somewhere. He was 24-37. He had 1 interception, 308 yards, 3 touchdowns. Kariski had 50 yards with that 1 touchdown reception. Coleman had a touchdown reception, and Sylvester had the touchdown reception. Okay. So Louisville had the 1 sack. They had 7 tackles for loss, no fumbles, no interceptions, which is a rarity for Tyler after the bye week. Williams was the leading tackler with 9, Kitchens with 8, a lot of secondary guys. Defensive backs as leading tacklers, not good. No sacks, only 3 tackles for loss. And Cam had another interception. And that brings us to the season finale. Your 6-5 bowl-bound Miami Hurricanes, 2-5 in the ACC, take on Boston College, 6-5, 3-4 in the ACC. Friday after Thanksgiving in Massachusetts, and this is the same BC team like that Cuban alluded to earlier that played Florida State rather tough. If BC didn't get out, they were in their own way. I believe BC had a bunch of penalties or some crap like that, I think.
Yeah, against Florida State, they had like
Yeah.
18. Again, this AI bot, they had 18 penalties in the first half.
Yeah, so they kind of shot themselves in the foot. But so yeah, the question is, so in 2022, Mario was 5-7. Worst case scenario, he finishes 6-6 or 6-7, or he could go, 7-5, 8-5. Possibilities exist. And Miami comes out and wins 45-0 thanks to the second quarter. Oh, that second quarter was really, they had those 3 touchdowns. I want to say it wasn't really that close. But I thought it was pretty cool. So Miami had 27 first down to BC's 15. Miami had 242 yards rushing to BC's 143. Passing, 23 of 36 for 290 for Miami. BC, 15 of 25, 2 interceptions for 151. Miami did have a fumble. Boston College had a fumble, but they did not lose it. Third down conversion. Miami was 6 of 13. Boston College was 4 of 12. And Mr. Henry Parrish had 11 carries for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns. A.J. Allen had 68 yards and a touchdown. Fletcher, 44 and a touchdown. Chaney had 11. And Van Dyke scrambled for 9. And speaking of Van Dyke, 23 of 36, no interceptions again. Where was all this a few weeks before, 3 weeks before? 290 yards, 2 touchdowns. Restrepo had 6 receptions for 117. Jacoby George had 6 for 89. George had a touchdown, and Colby Young had a touchdown. And everybody else got a little bit of something. All right, leading rusher for Boston College was Castellanos Thomas. Can't even talk. He had 19 carries for 130 yards. He did have a touchdown along with Robichaux, had a touchdown. And of course, Thomas was the quarterback, so he was a running quarterback apparently. He was 15 of 25. He had 2 interceptions for 151. He did have a touchdown and was sacked twice. The leading receiver for Boston College was Bond with 6 receptions for 46 yards and a touchdown. Tomlin was the leading receiver on yards with 48. Defensively, Kiko was the leading tackler with 9. Kiko and Ruben both had sacks, 2 sacks there, 3 tackles for loss. Let's see here. Moten and Pulliam had the interceptions. For Boston College, they only had 4 tackles for loss, and they did have that 1 fumble recovery. And that concludes the 2023 regular season. Miami ends up going 7-6. And are getting ready. Wait a minute, hang on. No, they finished 7-5. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I got ahead of myself. And as a result, no, they finished, 7-5. As a result, they are going to, let me, trying to get my slides available here. As a result, Miami is going to the Pinstripe Bowl in Yankee Stadium at 7-5, taking on the 6-6 Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Again, another Big East team. But again, a lot of folks were not playing in this game.
No effing excuses.
It was a lot of the second string, but still.
No excuses.
But still, it's Rutgers.
You started off this show that we had the number 8 recruiting class.
Yeah.
Rutgers will never be number 28 ever in recruiting.
Right.
I'm not trying to hear about the backups and all that stuff. If you have the number 8 recruiting class, that recruiter class on its own should be able to beat lonely ass Rutgers.
Exactly.
There's no players at Rutgers, quote unquote, that would ever start at Miami by the fanboys, right? According to the fanboys. So I am not trying to hear any of these excuses, Jordan.
Oh, I'm not giving any. I'm just telling you what was happening. Oh, but yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, the third string, the scout team for Miami should be able to take care of Rutgers.
Right.
It's 6-6 Rutgers. If anything, maybe the scout team defense might give up probably about 10 points, maybe, but yeah, no, it's Rutgers, but again, I remember, during the before the game, a lot of them cats were already making excuses, talking about, this starter's out, that starter's out, yada, 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 yada. But still, it's blooming Rutgers, for God's sake. And of course, Miami loses to Rutgers 31-24. And it was bad. Nephew was playing on the offensive line. He was pointing out coverages and all this stuff, but that Rutgers defensive line was pushing his ass all over the place. it was horrible. I know Brown got to start, but the hell Mirabal been doing with the backups on the offensive line? That's what
I was told he was the greatest
yes,
offensive line coach known to man.
right,
This is why I call bullshit on everybody.
yeah.
Because if you're a good coach and good teacher, your second string should be able to manhandle Rutgers.
You know, whatever happened to the next man up concept at Miami?
No, if you are this guru expert,
right,
genius,
right,
why the hell is your offensive line struggling against Rutgers? I don't care if you're down to your fifth string.
exactly.
Your fifth string,
Exactly.
Rutgers would beg and plead and do anything for
Yes.
Miami's fifth string freaking offensive lineman.
Yes. And Katie brings up a good point that Rutgers was the most one-dimensional team we played all year. All they did was run.
A run to the same running back. They were going.
Yes.
Again, I know I'm supposed to be positive Mario here, but come on.
You know, and you know, when you're playing a team that all they do is run, you know, shit, put 9 people in the box and dare them to pass. You know? Yeah, Katie, exactly. Shiano. You know, it's like all Rutgers did all year long was run the damn ball. That's all they did. And they didn't, I don't.
We didn't have that much time to prepare.
True. This is true because this was on the 28th. So they only had 4 weeks because Boston College, I mean, they had between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Right.
That really isn't much time for a bowl game.
And Boston and you know, playing against Rutgers, you got to really prepare against Rutgers.
Well, that and plus you have to get things prepared for the trip to New York.
And it was cold.
It's cold up there. Oh, you know, it's a lot. Yeah, it was 52 degrees up there that day. You know, so the odds were stacked against Miami in this game. They had a lot of outside, you know, circumstances. Now, after this game, I'm like, yeah, something's got to happen. Something's got to happen in year 3, you know. All right, so, I mean, Miami had 5 more first downs. I mean, again, the one-dimensional team, they had 208 yards rushing. Miami had 130. Look at that. This is kind of like the old Georgia Tech scenario. They were 7 of 15 passing for 84 yards. They had 45 rushing attempts. They were averaging 4.6 yards a carry. Brown was 20 of 31 with the interception and 181 yards passing. If he wasn't running for his life because nobody on the offensive line could block because nobody coached him how to block. Now, Miami did outgain Rutgers in total offense, but that doesn't mean much when you get your butt kicked on the ground game. Third down conversion, Miami was 4-12 to Rutgers 5 of 12.
The funny part about this game, we had a chance at the end.
I know.
And guess what? Old Mario Mirabal and company wanted to do.
Tell everybody, AI bot.
Throw screen pass. Throw screen passes all game.
Imagine that. Well, they had to slow down that almighty rush from Rutgers. You know.
Mario,
I
you
mean,
have this is the and now I'm just because I'm remembering this game. Like Mario, you have like 1 minute left. Why the hell you are huddling up and going real slow? Like
yeah,
I don't. I'm
yeah,
sorry. I he
yeah,
there's just a lot of things that are wrong with Mario. He doesn't understand. Like, hey man, you're down by 10, 20, 30. You gotta play with some
gotta
tempo.
move.
You gotta
Yeah,
move. You put some fire in
yeah,
your ass. But
yeah.
no, it's just methodical, slow. It's
Mm-hmm.
Joy. I used to watch all like when the game would be over, I would watch the games on replay. It's tough to watch
It is.
our games now. I'm like, this
It
is
is.
boring, man.
It is. It really is.
I know the name of the game is to win, but I mean, if we're losing, I might as well be entertained. And
Yeah.
I'm not even getting entertained while we're losing.
No, no, not at all. I mean, Jakari, he was the leading rusher with 57 yards and 2 touchdowns. Parrish, he only had 46. Fletcher had 2 carries for 2 yards. Allen had 3 carries for 11. Now, Cheney was gone by this point, wasn't he?
No, he was still. Oh
He
yeah,
was
that's
still
right.
there?
I think he left after the season.
Okay.
He
But,
left after the season.
yeah.
I
Now,
might be wrong. I'm not. I don't remember.
Jakari was 20 of 31. He did have 1 interception. He only had 181 yards. He did have a touchdown, but he was sacked twice. Restrepo, 11 catches for 99 yards and a touchdown. Horton had 5 for 54. George, 13. Williams, 13. Parrish, 2. I mean, it's like, what the hell are we doing against a Rutgers defense? I mean, this is a 6-6 Big East Rutgers team. And here you go.
Well, they had to play. They had to play in a real tough conference.
Right. It's basically the Big East, the AAU, the AAC, whatever the hell they call themselves.
No, they're in the big. They're in the big conference, Big 12, not Big 10. Sorry, they're in the Big 10.
They sure were, aren't they?
Yeah, they
are. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Rutgers is still a Big East team. It's still Rutgers, damn it.
Yeah, they're getting paid in the Big 10 while we're in the ACC, not doing anything.
Yeah. So their leading rusher was Monagai Kyle. He had 163 yards rushing and a touchdown. He was averaging 6.5 yards on 25 carries.
And they ran the same play.
Same play. What the frack? Brown had 38 yards on 10 carries. Wimsat, he was the 7 of 15, 84 yards. They really didn't throw the ball anyway. Katie says, let's see here, Katie. I'm thinking Guidry may not be as good as advertised too. Kane's giving up a lot of points to be a playoff team. You got to be around 8. Yeah, but see, here's the crazy thing. Look at the defense against Florida State. They were pretty good. Against Boston College, pretty good. Defense against A&M, pretty good. Defense against Clemson, pretty good. But and honestly, really, the defense against Georgia Tech wasn't that bad. It's just the offense sucked. North Carolina was it was just all around bad. But this game here against Rutgers, that was just, it's like the whole season was so dysfunctional. You didn't know what the identity was. You didn't know, there was no consistent play. How does a team like Miami last year, play Florida State the way they played them. Okay. And then turn around and do this. You know, I understand bowl games. A lot of kids don't really care about the bowl game unless it's a playoff. But still, it's blooming Rutgers. All they did was run the ball. Primarily off tackle. Student body right, student body left. You know, and I'm just wondering, I may be reaching, but I'm wondering if Mario had a hand in the defense. I don't know. I don't know.
Protecting his homeboy at Rutgers?
Maybe. So Rutgers had the 2 sacks, like I said, only 4 tackles for loss. They did have that 1 interception. Look at Kiko. Kiko leading tackler with 12. No sacks. Of course, they only passed it like 10, 15 times. There was 5 tackles for loss. No fumble recoveries or interceptions. But, I mean, like with the defense, it's basically the same guys we've seen all year. You know? Yeah, I know the offensive line, but still, it's Rutgers. Yeah, Katie, I know, giving up that 30 plus, I know, I understand, but there was such, again, where are we at? All right, so we'll look at sit here and look at these final standings. So here's the thing. Let me bring myself and see. So the thing is, the first 4 games compared to the after bye week, it's like it was just two different things. You know, it's like, what the hell happened? It was like a complete different team. The way they played, you know, how they played, you know, it just looked different. You know, I don't know. But that's okay. Things are going to change in 2024. We had a hellified recruiting class. We got transfer guys in. We got the best quarterback, the best running back. We're going to be all right. Excuse me. So, final conference standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Miami finishes 9th in the ACC. Behind Duke, Virginia Tech, Clemson, North Carolina. You know, Miami finishes 7-6. You know, Miami should have won at least 9 games that season, and that would be Georgia Tech and Rutgers, at least.
UNC. Louisville.
No, yeah, I mean, they had a chance for 9 games, 10 games, maybe the 11, but it didn't happen. So for the second year in a row, Miami finishes 3-5 in the ACC. But hey, Mario got them bowl eligible in the second year, and they had a winning season. As a Canes fan, you should be happy for that. That's what I've been told. Should be happy for the losses. Don't be so negative. I do apologize for the blurriness. They didn't have the media guide hasn't been out, so I had to find this. So for the year, Miami did outscore their opponent on average per game, 31.5 to 22.8. They had more first downs, more yards per attempt rushing. This is interesting. You had 14 interceptions to 23 touchdowns in passing. Offensive yards per play, 6.4 for Miami, 5.7 for the other team. Miami lost 8 fumbles. The opponents lost 6. Third down conversion, though. Miami was at 41.1%. That's pretty good compared to what we've been seeing. But the opponents were 35.8. Offense. Van Dyke finishes with 2,700 yards, 19 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, and unfortunately, that kind of put a put a dent in that first round draft pick talk. Let's see here. Now, Emory, he ended up with 470 yards, 3 touchdowns to 1 interception. Jakari, 181, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. What you got here? Katie says, all I got to say about 2024 is if we underachieve again after spending $10 million on transfers, Mario is done. His support will be lower. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. If Miami gets less than double-digit wins and don't go to the ACC championship game and or does not win the ACC, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let Mario pull another one of these 2023 out of his ass in 2024. See what happens. For receiving, Restrepo ended up with almost 1,100. Jacoby 864. Colby Young 563. Bashard 263. Horton 168. Jacoby had the 8 touchdowns. Restrepo 6. Colby 5. But Restrepo was averaging about 84 yards a game to Georgia's 66.5 and Colby's 46. Uh-oh. Where's my, I went right past the Russian. I'm sorry. All right. So Parrish ends up with 625 yards rushing on 6 touchdowns. Fletcher, 514 with 5 touchdowns. Cheney, 478. And 2 touchdowns. Say what you want, but Mario put him in the doghouse after the alleged fumble. Cheney was just doing what he was told. Shouldn't have called that play, Mario. Allen finished with 361 and 5 touchdowns. Bashard 132 and a touchdown. All right, defensively. On tackles, Kiko was the leading tackler with 82. And then Williams, Kinchins, Flag, Basainth, Rubin, Cloyd. So Kiko was doing some tackling. Tackles for loss, Marigoa, Kiko, he had 18. Rubin had 12.5. Flag had 7. Sacks, Kiko had 66. And Bain had 70. They both averaged about 7.5 sacks. And then Basainth had the 23. Interceptions. Cam had 5, Couch had 3, and then Pulliam, Moten, Williams, and Kiko all had 1. But unfortunately, Cam will be remembered for biting on that quarterback against Georgia Tech. But again, they shouldn't have been in that position to begin with. Now, looking at the opponent's season results, the signature win. I mean, Miami of Ohio finished 11-3. I know they're in the whatever G5 conference they're in. They finished 11-3. A&M, the signature win for 2023, they finished 7-6. Georgia Tech, they finished 7-6. North Carolina didn't do too bad. Now Clemson did finish 9-4, ranked number 20.
Jordan, I gotta clock out. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. So appreciate the show.
Hey, no, appreciate you.
There's really no there is no upgrade, downgrade. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I probably wasn't going to do that because it didn't really. I mean, so I probably wasn't going to do that anyway. But yeah, no problem, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate your help and co-hosting. And I'll let y'all know when the next time is.
Will do.
All right, take care, dude.
Okay, bye.
Bye. So Virginia, they only went 3-9. And Miami pulled out a 3-point victory. NC State, they finished 21. They were 9-4. Of course, we all know about Florida State's debacle. But that Rutgers, oh my gosh, that was crazy. All right, if I'd have been the quarterback, I'd have took a knee and swore up and down I misunderstood. Hey, that's right, play stupid. I thought that's what you said. Play stupid. All right, so looking at our defensive numbers for 2023, can I make that a little bigger for y'all? Uh-oh, go back. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this full screen. All right, so 2023. Of course, Miami goes 7-6. We got Lance Guidry. Passing, Miami averaged 216 yards a game. Averaged about 1 touchdown. The opponent's quarterback was 57% completion. Rushing, they only averaged giving up 106 yards a game, which is crazy considering some of the games we had. About 1.5 touchdowns a game and 3.5 yards per carry. So, looking at the total so far, under Mario's tenure, let me get myself together here. Miami is averaging giving up 225 yards a game passing, about a touchdown and a half, and the opposing quarterback is 59% completion, or he's completing 59% of the passes. Rushing in 2 years, 125 yards a game, 1.5 touchdowns, and 3 3/4 yards per carry. Now, granted, it's really kind of hard to really make a fair comparison, say, between Coker and Golden and Shannon and Rick and so forth, is because, Coker had Shannon as the defensive coordinator, of course, Golden and his buddy D'Onofrio. Rick had Diaz, but everybody else, kind of, it was, Shannon had 3 different defensive coordinators, so we really can't compare it. But, yeah. once you tell the story, you go, oh yeah, you got to stay with it. I don't. That's what I thought. So that is basically 2023 in a nutshell. And that's basically that's the series. That's it. We done. We made it. You know. I know that just sitting here rambling on these numbers, I know that's not a lot of people's cup of tea, maybe I should have put the puppy dogs in tutus and had them dance around with balls on their nose or something. I don't know, but I know this hasn't been the most exciting, entertaining as far as the information that was brought forth, but this wasn't meant to be entertaining as much as informative. It's been fun. I mean, Miss Katie got to learn some stuff that she was otherwise stuck in a papoose for. But it's been fun. It really has. I know I've said it 1,000 times, but I thank y'all for the support on this. I'm glad we were able to finish it the way I was hoping to finish it, by doing about one every week. And I'm not going to lie. It was, getting all this information together was time consuming. It wasn't hard. It was just time consuming. There were times where I'm like, man, what did I get myself into? But you know what? I still enjoyed it, because even myself, I kind of learned some stuff. I kind of got refreshed, and I saw things. When you start looking at numbers, it kind of changes the narrative, as opposed to, what's that? If I tell my mom a story, I have to stick to it. It's better to go down for one lie than three. You're right. But yeah, as educational as it was, and as much as I remember watching, but then again, we just went through 20 years of Miami football history, and that's a long time. That's longer than some people have been alive that's been watching this. But one thing I will say is, if y'all been paying attention, it's like the title says, wash, rinse, repeat. It's the same thing over and over again. And that's why most of us, we're very cautiously optimistic about 2024. Me personally, I have yet to see anything in the last 20 years that dictates that something's going to be different this year. Yeah, you got Cam Ward at quarterback, Martinez at running back, and no disrespect to those two fine folks, those two fine young men, but who knows? Just because they did it somewhere else don't mean they're going to do it at Miami. And the coaching mishaps, seeing it again. It's just that the ball hasn't bounced Miami's way. No pun intended. But this series was not intended to be anti-Kane. It was not to be negative Nelly Kane, Black Cloud Kane. No, It's to be realistic. Reality. What was. And that was why I tried to stick with the stats, the numbers, you know, the star chart. The reason why I came up with that was to give, you know, black and white numbers. You can't argue the numbers. You know. Now, if me sitting here reading off stats, showing stats, proving the stats, if that makes me anti-Kane, well, then call me anti-Kane. I don't care what you call me. Just don't call me late for dinner. But this has been fun. Now, I mean, this isn't the end of anything. It's just the end of the series. But we will. I mean, I still be doing my patio perspectives. I don't know if I'll do another show. It might be about a week or two. Because, you know, next week the big game release comes out. But I may just kind of take a break from doing the actual show. I might give it a week or two. But I mean, I still be doing patio perspectives. Yeah, I may jump on, just do a little quick. Of course, after doing all these 4 and 5 hour shows, you know, a little hour and a half or two is going to be easy. But yeah, I mean, we're still going to do our thing. And then once the season kicks off, which, yeah, Katie, I have to agree with you because, you know, until Miami shows that they can do anything, I'm just going to think it's going to be status quo, you know. That's all. But yeah, once the season kicks off, once we get close to that August 31st, we'll be doing like pregame shows, post-game shows. Because I took vacation for a lot of the bigger games, but if I'm able, we'll have like a pregame show, we'll have a post-game show, talk about it during the week. But so yeah, this has been fun. This has really been fun. I'm glad it's over, but I'm sad it's over. But we'll move on to other things. There's plenty more to talk about. So thank y'all so much. Again, special thanks to Cuban for being on again. Katie, thank you, young lady, for spending your Thursday night with us. Don't forget about those kitty cats at the dunes. And for those of you who rewatch and make it this far, thank you. Thank you. So with that being said, this South Coast Cane, peace, love, and soul. Go Canes. What'd she say? There are 3 channels I can go to where I'm not called unspeakable things. This is one of them. Hey, that's what we're about. Everybody's welcome except for the knuckleheads. And I am so glad you are with us, Katie. It's a pleasure having you here. So yeah, peace, love, and soul. Go Canes. And y'all just keep your notifications on. And we're going to see y'all next time. All right. Bye.
I've heard people say that too much of anything is not good for you, baby. But I don't know about that. As many times as we've loved and we've shared love and made love, It doesn't seem to me like it's enough. It's just not enough. It's just not enough. Oh, man. My darling, I can't get enough of your love, babe. Girl, I don't know why. Can't get enough of your love, babe. Lord, some things I can't get used to, no matter how I try. It's like the more you give, the more I want. And baby, that's no lie. Oh no, babe. Tell me, what can I say? What am I gonna do? How should I feel when everything is you? What kind of love is this that you're giving me? Is it in your kiss or just because you're sweet? Girl, all I know is every time you're here, I feel a change. Something moving, I scream your name. That's what you got to do is, darling, I can't get enough of your love, baby. Girl, I don't know why I can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh no, baby. Girl, if I could only make you see and make you understand. Girl, your love for me is all I need, and more than I can stand. Oh, well, babe, how can I explain all the things I feel? You've given me so much, girl, you're so unreal still. I keep loving you, more and more each time. Girl, what am I gonna do? 'Cause you're blowing my mind. I get the same old feeling every time you're here. I feel a change, something moving. I scream your name. That's what you got to do. And darling, I can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh no, baby. Oh no, baby. Baby, it didn't take all of my life to find you. But you can believe it's gonna take the rest of my life to keep you. Oh, man. Can't get enough of your love, baby. Girl, I don't know why. Can't get enough of your love, baby.